Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I really hope you're all having a fantastic day. Today, we're diving into a brand new story, a fanfic called Reborn with Allspark in Marvel. It's pretty wild, and I think you're going to love it. Let's get into it.
Chapter 1. Welcome to the MCU. Who would win, a zombie horde or xenomorphs from Alien? Could Ultraman go 10 rounds with a Scion? What happens when Dota heroes fight League of Legends champions? Nobody was ever going to settle these arguments. Not online anyway. That didn't stop people from trying. Cade Lawson had just burned 3 hours in a forum war about whether the Transformers Allspark could match Marvel's best tech. It had been a decent thread until some X-Men fanatics showed up screaming that mutant powers made all technology irrelevant. 300 posts later, nobody had changed anyone's mind about anything, but Cade had successfully wasted another afternoon. Life after the regiment was like that. Too much free time. Not enough to do with it. He was about to close out and find dinner when the screen flickered. A dialogue box popped up right over the forum thread. Tired of arguing with people who wouldn't know a citation if it bit them? Wouldn't you rather prove your point with hard evidence? So why not put your theory to the test? 2 buttons. Yes and no. Definitely a virus, Cade said. He looked around the gaming lounge. A few kids grinding MMOs in the corner, nobody paying attention to him. Ah, stuff it. Not my computer. He clicked yes. Everything warped. His vision stretched like a funhouse mirror, pulling sideways, and his stomach turned inside out. A sound like tearing metal filled his ears. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, a voice spoke directly into his head. Calm. Amused. Like someone watching an experiment they'd been looking forward to. The pinnacle of mechanical civilization. I wonder what it'll look like in a world of gods and monsters. Surprise me. Something white-hot punched into both his hands. Not exactly pain. More like grabbing a live wire and having the current stay instead of passing through. It sank into his bones, fused there, and then everything went black. Then he was somewhere else. Sand. Sand in every direction, baking under a sun that looked like it wanted to kill everything beneath it. Cade's hands were zip-tied behind his back. His body rocked with the movement of a truck bed. Armed men sat on either side of him. AKs, chest rigs, faces covered with keffiyehs. The air stank of diesel and sweat. Middle East. Insurgents. Training took over before his brain caught up. Assess. Breathe. Don't react. Don't give them anything to work with. You're awake. I was starting to worry. A thin, weathered man sat across from him. Middle Eastern. Kind eyes, exhausted face. You took a bad hit from the blast concussion. Lucky you. He wasn't so lucky. He gestured toward the center of the truck bed. A man lay strapped to a makeshift stretcher. Mid-30s, maybe 40. Dark hair, thick beard. And bolted to his chest, an industrial electromagnet the size of a dinner plate, wired to a car battery. Cade stared at the device. Then at the man's face. His blood went cold. Tony Stark? It came out before he could stop it. Oh, you know him? The doctor raised his eyebrows. Cade didn't answer. His mind was already slamming pieces together. That was Tony Stark. The electromagnet was keeping shrapnel out of his heart. This was the opening of Iron Man. The kidnapping in Afghanistan. The scene that kicked off the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Cade hadn't just been transported somewhere. He'd been dropped into a fictional world. The truck stopped. Armed men shouted orders in Pashto and Arabic. The captives, 11 including Cade, were shoved off the truck and marched toward a cave entrance cut into a rocky hillside. On the way down, the doctor leaned close. Barely whispering. They only keep people who are useful. Engineers, wealthy hostages, women. Everyone else. He didn't finish. Cade understood a moment later. The captives were lined up single file outside the cave. A heavy-set man with a thick scar across his jaw, clearly the leader by the way the others watched him, pulled out a clipboard and started reading names. Korakov. He fixed his stare on a trembling middle-aged man in a torn business suit. Your family was wiped out last week, yes? Nobody left to pay ransom. No, please, I have a sports car, a villa in the States, I can take out a loan, anything, just let me. We don't have time to wait. 3 rounds. Short burst. Korakov dropped and the sand turned dark under him. Someone in the line broke. A young guy, couldn't have been 25, just bolted. Made it about 15 meters before a machine gun tore through both his legs. He went down face first, screaming. They let the dogs finish him. Cade's fists clenched behind his back hard enough to crack his knuckles. He watched. He memorized every face. And somewhere behind the stillness in his eyes, he sentenced every one of these men to death. Not now. But soon. The leader turned to him. And what are you? Australian? American? What's a tourist doing out here sightseeing in a war zone? Engineer, Cade said. Flat. His heartbeat hadn't changed. Engineer. The leader smiled like that was the funniest thing he'd heard all day. He jerked his chin toward a wreck at the edge of the cave entrance. A desert SUV that looked like it had taken a direct RPG hit. Front end caved in, one axle snapped, engine block visible through a gash in the hood. Fix that. Make it run. Cade looked at it. You didn't need to be a mechanic to see that thing was scrap. Half the engine was missing. Even if it wasn't, the fuel tank had been blown open. I'm not that kind of engineer. I didn't ask what kind you were. A rifle muzzle pressed against the back of his skull. You have 30 seconds. So that was the game. Not a real test. Just entertainment. The mouse in the cat's paw, allowed to run so they could enjoy the failure. Ka. De exhaled and walked to the wreck. Behind him, one of the insurgents started counting down from 30. He could feel the rifle tracking between his shoulder blades. 15 seconds. Check the angles on the SUV, use it as cover, dive right, grab the... His left hand touched the crumpled door panel. And something answered. Information flooded his mind like a heads-up display snapping on. Make, model, chassis number, total mass, axle configuration, engine displacement. Data streaming past in glowing text that only existed behind his eyes. The critical line was at the bottom, glowing green, structural integrity, 70%. Activation cost, 915 all-spark energy. Current energy, 1000. Cade's back was to the insurgents. Nobody saw his face. Nobody saw the shock dissolve into something sharp and hungry. Nobody saw his hand push a current of crackling blue energy into the ruined machine. Chapter 2, Striker Blitz All-Spark Energy. In the Transformers universe, it was the thing that made dead metal alive. A force that could birth an entire civilization of mechanical beings from nothing. Cade didn't have that kind of power. Not yet. But what he had was enough. The moment his energy poured into the wrecked SUV, changes started happening at a scale no human eye could follow. Deep in the vehicle's frame, steel atoms broke apart and reformed into structures that had never existed on Earth. Dead metal becoming something with potential. Something aware. The engine turned over. Not a sputter. Not a cough. A full-throated roar that shook sand off the cliff face behind it. The one surviving headlight flickered on and swiveled toward Cade like an eye focusing on a familiar face. One of the insurgents stumbled backward, rifle half-raised. What the... None of them knew the fuel tank was blown open. None of them knew the engine block was cracked in 3 places. They just knew a vehicle that should have been scrap was suddenly, impossibly running. Cade was faster than all of them. He grabbed the warped window frame, vaulted through the shattered windshield, and threw himself into the mangled cabin. Half a second later, automatic fire raked the SUV's exterior. Sparks flew, rounds pinged off metal that was suddenly a lot harder than factory steel. Oh, brilliant. An electronic voice erupted from the dashboard. Loud, offended, furious. Not even 30 seconds old and you lot are already shooting at me? Unbelievable. No manners. You people are the worst. The absolute bottom of the barrel. The skid marks on the underpants of society. The engine screamed. The SUV lurched forward like a bull out of a gate, hitting 100 clicks in the space of 10 meters on 2 blown tires and half an axle. It plowed straight through 3 insurgents who never had time to dive clear. They didn't get up. The SUV whipped into a handbrake turn that sprayed sand 30 feet high, then sideswiped 2 more guys with its passenger door. The door swung open at the last second like a fly swatter and launched both men tumbling across the desert floor. And the crowd goes wild. The electronic voice switched to a pitch-perfect stadium announcer. Crowd noise and everything. Inside, Cade braced against the roll cage with one hand and reached through the smashed rear window with the other. His fingers found the stock of a fallen AK-47, still warm. He racked the charging handle by feel, shouldered it through the side window and started shooting. 3-round bursts. Controlled. Each one aimed. A head snapped back. A body folded. Another dropped mid-stride. Not bad, Cade muttered, shifting to the next target. Barrels shot to hell, though. The AK's accuracy was garbage. The insurgents hadn't cleaned it in months. Inside 20 meters he could make it work. Beyond that, coin flip. But 20 meters was enough when your ride was doing the heavy lifting. The insurgent leader had done the math faster than his men. While the SUV tore through people from the front, he'd circled to the rear. Probably figured a vehicle couldn't see behind itself. He figured wrong. Oi. Yeah, you mate. Behind ya. The SUV chirped in a broad, cheerful accent that sounded like it had learned English from a Crocodile Dundee marathon. Then it switched to something that was either badly mangled Pashto or complete nonsense, rattled it off at machine gun speed, and slammed into reverse. The leader had no idea what had just been said to him. That was fine. The bumper hitting him at highway speed communicated the message clearly enough. He flew backward, ragdolling through the air, and landed directly on top of the captive his dogs had killed. Fresh blood. Fresh meat. The dogs didn't recognize their master through all the gore. Cade heard the screaming start and didn't feel a single thing about it. By now half the insurgents were dead or broken. The survivors had figured out that rifles weren't doing it, and someone was scrambling for an RPG launcher from the back of a truck. Then another. 2 men, 2 launchers, loading with the frantic speed of people who knew they were next. Cade switched to single shots. Breathe. Squeeze. The first man's head snapped sideways before his finger found the trigger. The second caught a round through the eye socket half a second later. But there was a third. Cade saw the flash before he heard the sound. The distinctive whoosh of a rocket-propelled grenade leaving the tube. Warhead already in the air, spiraling at the SUV on a thin trail of white smoke. He didn't have the marksmanship to shoot an RPG out of the air. Not with this piece of junk AK. The SUV did something impossible instead. Its left side wheels punched downward with hydraulic force and the entire vehicle tipped into a full lateral roll. The RPG streaked through the space where the cabin had been a fraction of a second earlier, close enough that Cade felt the heat on his face and Dito. Nate against the cliff behind them. Rockin' fire. The SUV landed right side up, skidding. Its crumpled hood panels flew open like jaws and a spray of bolts, brackets, and engine components erupted outward in a shotgun blast that shredded the RPG shooter where he stood. Same trick doesn't work twice, genius, the SUV crowed. Haven't you people ever watched anything? That broke them. The remaining insurgents turned and ran for the intact vehicles. Cade leaned out and started picking them off, but the AK's accuracy gave up on him at range. He dropped 3 more before the last survivors piled into a truck and floored it toward the horizon, fishtailing through the sand. Cade watched the dust trail shrink. Bloody hell. Give me an austere and they wouldn't have made it past 50 meters. He climbed out of the wreck and stood in the settling dust. Bodies and burning vehicles everywhere. The silence after combat always felt the same. Too big. Too sudden. He looked back at the SUV. Something pulled at the edge of his awareness. A connection, warm and electric, like a second heartbeat running alongside his own. So that's what the Allspark does, he said quietly. The SUV began to change. Metal shrieked and groaned. Panels split along invisible seams, folding and rotating. The chassis telescoped upward. Axles became legs, doors became arms, the engine block buried itself inside a torso that was still assembling. 5 seconds and the ruined SUV was gone. Something else stood in its place. A robot. 5 meters tall. Silver gray, broad-shouldered. Its right arm hung limp where the original RPG damage had carried over, leaving a visible gap in the shoulder plating. Everything else was intact, solid, and very much awake. 2 blue optical sensors locked onto Cade from above. The robot snapped to attention and saluted with its working arm. Commander, sir. Striker Blitz reporting for duty. Same voice from the dashboard. Loud, eager, practically bouncing. Designation, Assault and Forward Combat Operations. Loyalty, exclusively to you, Commander. I am not affiliated with any Autobot or Decepticon faction. I serve under your direct command and yours alone. Cade stared up at 5 meters of sentient metal standing at parade rest in the Afghan desert. Right, he said. Good to know. Now, regarding our unit designation. Blitz barreled on without pause. I've been thinking about this, and I strongly recommend we adopt a name that commands respect. Something like the Thunder Legion. Or Omega Strike Force. Or the Invincible Mechanical Gods of Blitz. Sir, shut up. Yes, Commander. Blitz saluted again, snapped back into vehicle form with a rapid-fire clacking of transforming plates, and sat there silently. Engine idling. Headlight watching Cade like an obedient dog waiting for the next command. Cade didn't care about team names. This wasn't an anime where shouting your attack gave it extra power. If he called his outfit the Thanos Fan Club, it wouldn't matter. What mattered was whether Blitz and whatever came after him would be enough to keep Cade alive in a world where gods walked the earth and aliens fell from the sky. He turned away from Blitz and looked across the aftermath. The other captives were huddled near the cave entrance. Wide-eyed, trembling. Most of them looked like they'd watched something out of a fever dream and weren't sure they were awake. Only one person wasn't falling apart. The doctor, Ensign, was crouched beside a wounded captive, pressing a torn strip of fabric against a bleeding leg wound. Calm hands. Focused eyes. He hadn't even glanced at Blitz. Good man, Cade thought. A genuinely good man. And then behind him a groan. Fabric rustling. A sharp breath followed by a hiss of pain. Cade turned. Tony Stark was sitting up on the stretcher, one hand braced against the electromagnet on his chest, blinking at the carnage around him like a man who'd woken up in someone else's nightmare. Please throw Power Stones. Chapter 3, Secondary Modification. Tony Stark woke up with a piece of metal bolted to his chest. He was a genius mechanical engineer. One look was enough. Electromagnet. Crude, heavy, wired to a car battery sitting in the sand beside his stretcher. Ugly work, but the purpose was obvious. Don't move around too much. A young man's voice somewhere to his left. You took several pieces of shrapnel to the chest. Without that magnet, they'd be in your heart right now. Tony turned his head. Young guy, mid-20s maybe, crouched near the remains of a campfire doing something with a pile of salvaged supplies. Tony didn't recognize the face. Not from the convoy, not from the briefing, not from anywhere. The only thing Tony remembered clearly was arriving in this desert. The ambush. The flash of an RPG. Then nothing. Did you save me? Tony asked. No. That was the doctor over there. The young man jerked his thumb toward Ensign, who was tending to wounded captives near the cave mouth. No hesitation. Didn't try to claim credit that wasn't his. Either way, thanks. Tony swept the scene. Dead terrorists. Burned out vehicles. Terrified captives huddled together, barely keeping it together. One person in the whole camp looked calm. Tony wasn't just a genius in the lab. Running a business meant reading people, and one glance told him everything he needed. Dead terrorists, shell-shocked prisoners, and this one guy sitting in the middle of it without a scratch of panic on his face. You're the one who killed them, Tony said. Not a question. The 10 rings were just the appetizer. Cade ignored the observation entirely. Bigger trouble's coming. Tony frowned. What do you mean? Haven't you thought about how those terrorists knew your itinerary? You think getting kidnapped was just bad luck? That landed. Tony went still. You're saying someone leaked my route. I'm saying someone knew exactly where you'd be and when. Tony went quiet. The list of people who knew his travel schedule was short, and every name on it belonged to someone important in his life. If any one of them had done this. Now's not the time to figure out who, Cade said, cutting through the spiral before it started. Some of those terrorists got away. When they come back, they'll bring more guys and heavier weapons. We need to move. And do what? Tony gestured at the cave, the captives, the desert. There's a handful of us against God knows how many of them. 2 things. First, contact the U.S. military. This is a terrorist outpost, there'll be communications equipment somewhere. And if there isn't, I'm pretty sure you can build something. I'll reach Rhodey, Tony said right away. Colonel James Rhodes. Air Force. Best friend. If I can get a signal out, he'll come. Good. Second. Cade pointed at the wrecked SUV sitting lopsided in the sand. 2 tires blown, body panels shredded. I need you to fix that car. Tony stared at him. Then at the wreck. Then back at him. Why? There are 3 perfectly good vehicles right over there. He pointed at the intact SUVs the terrorists had driven in. Enough to get all of us out. Why would I waste time on a wreck when? Cade just snapped his fingers. The SUV's headlight flicked on. Its engine roared to life impossibly and the vehicle drove itself across the sand to park at Cade's side. Tony's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Blitz, Cade said. Come meet Tony Stark. Your surgeon. The SUV transformed. Metal shrieked and folded. Plates splitting along invisible seams, rotating and telescoping upward. 5 seconds and the wrecked vehicle was a 5-meter silver-gray robot. Right arm hanging limp from the RPG damage. Blue optical sensors looking down at Tony from above. Hello, Mr. Stark. Blitz launched right in. I'm Blitz, a newly born Cybertronian combat unit. Genuine pleasure to meet you. Where do I even begin? Well, first of all, I was activated approximately 2 hours ago from a state of complete non-existence, which was a fascinating experience in itself, and I have to say that consciousness is really quite something once you get used to. Shut up, Blitz, Cade said. Yes, Commander, sir. Blitz snapped to attention and saluted. Tony was still staring. His brain, a brain that could design missile guidance systems in his sleep, was trying to process a 5-meter sentient robot that had just been a car. What? He swallowed. What is that? Intelligent combat robot, Cade said. Not the time for explanations. I need you to repair him. He's our best chance of surviving what comes next. Cade would have preferred to keep Blitz hidden. But half the captives had already seen the transformation during the fight, and he needed Tony's skills more than he needed secrecy. No point being coy. It took Tony a solid minute to compose himself. Then the shock burned off and something else took over. The look of a man who'd just been handed the most interesting puzzle of his life. He started walking toward Blitz with his hands already reaching out, eyes roaming over every joint and plate. Blitz took a step back. Mr. Stark, what are you doing? Please control your emotions. Relax. Tony grinned. I'll be gentle. Whether Tony would end up taking Blitz completely apart was something Cade didn't worry about. If anyone could disassemble a Cybertronian and put it back together, it was the man who'd one day build the Iron Man suit from scraps. He left them to it. More pressing concerns. In a desert with no idea how long they'd be waiting, every resource counted. Water, food, ammunition, medical supplies. Cade couldn't run on gasoline and motor oil like Blitz. He started searching the dead. Routine work. Checking pockets, pouches, canteens. Then his hand brushed a holster on one of the bodies and information flooded his mind. Detected, firearm. Browning high-power pistol. Caliber, 9 by 19 mm parabellum. Magazine capacity, 13 rounds, a full technical breakdown. Every specification laid out. And at the bottom, structural integrity, 99%. Meets secondary modification requirements. Cost, 500 all-spark energy to convert to pulse pistol. Secondary modification? Cade's understanding of the all-spark was still mostly from the movies. The cosmic artifact that created Transformers. Blitz had told him this version was more powerful, but until now that had been abstract. He hadn't known what more powerful actually looked like in practice. Now he was finding out. He closed his eyes and turned his attention inward, focusing on his hands the way he had when he activated Blitz. Information surged up. Enough to give him a headache. All spark energy, stage 1 1000/1000. Recovery rate, 1 per second. Available skills 1. Intelligent sequence activation 2. Secondary modification tech, advisory, increase all spark energy capacity to unlock additional functions. Intelligent sequence activation was what he'd already used. Pour all spark energy into a machine, create sentient Cybertronian life. That's how Blitz was born. Secondary modification was something new. Cade opened the details and the contents were more extensive than he'd expected. Please throw power stins. Chapter 4, Pulse Pistol. The Allspark had given Cade more than just the ability to make Transformers. The secondary modification tech tree laid itself out in his mind, and what he saw made his pulse kick up. Pulse Pistol, 500 all-spark energy. Base material, Browning handgun. Fires pulse energy rounds. Continuous fire capable. Magazine, 40 rounds. Reload time, 1 second. Ammo cost, 1 all-spark energy per round. Sensory. Gauntlets locked. Requires all-spark energy capacity of 2000. Tactical optics locked. Requires all-spark energy capacity of 3000. Energy activator, 1000 all-spark energy. Base material, nuclear-grade element. Spatial compression technology provides all-spark energy to the host regardless of distance or interference. Each unit increases energy capacity by 1000 and recovery rate by +1 per second. All-spark energy capacity exceeding 10,000 unlocks Stage 2 functionality. The energy activator was clearly the core piece. The key to everything. But nuclear-grade element wasn't something you picked up at the shops, and the tech tree didn't say how much he'd need. Problem for later. The sensory gauntlets and tactical optics were locked behind energy thresholds he couldn't reach yet. The one thing he could build right now was the pulse pistol. Cade drew the Browning from the dead insurgent's holster and pushed all spark energy into it. The transformation happened at the nano level. Mechanical components shifting, reshaping, changing material entirely. Complex but over in seconds. What sat in his hand barely looked like a gun anymore. Smooth white casing, heavier and thicker than the original. Channels of blue light pulsing beneath the surface in steady rhythms. It looked like a prop from a science fiction movie. Except it wasn't a prop. He aimed at a sand dune about 10 meters out and pulled the trigger. Almost no recoil. A string of rapid cracks, more like snapping whips than gunfire. The sand dune exploded. A massive crater blown out of the face of it, sand raining down in a wide arc. One trigger pull. 5 rounds. 40-round magazine, continuous fire. Full auto would drain it in under 10 seconds. But the power. Each round hit harder than anything in a conventional arsenal, and the explosive effect on impact turned every shot into a miniature grenade. Calling it a pistol was underselling it by about 3 categories. Stronger than a Desert Eagle. Lower recoil. Continuous fire. Effectively unlimited ammo as long as his energy held. The only real problem was weight. Heavier than any handgun he'd carried, enough that sustained one-handed shooting would tire his arm fast. 2 hands mandatory for anything longer than a quick draw. Still, better than any firearm he'd ever used. Cade spent the next hour getting familiar with it. Trigger discipline, burst control, learning the feel until it stopped being a tool and started being part of his hands. If I'd had this in my last life, he said quietly, holstering it, a lot of good people would still be alive. That thought sat heavy. He let it. Mr. Lawson? Eanson's voice behind him. If you have a moment, could I ask you something? Over the past 2 days Eanson had been working non-stop, treating the wounded with almost nothing, keeping people alive on skill alone when the supplies ran out. Cade respected the man. In a camp full of killers and victims, Eanson was the only one who'd chosen to be a healer. What's on your mind? Is it true that more terrorists are coming? That's my guess. If the military gets here first, great. I'd love to be wrong. Eanson caught what Cade wasn't saying. But you don't think you're wrong. Tony built a signal beacon yesterday. Broadcast our position to the US military. That was over 20 hours ago. Cade let that hang. Haven't seen a single aircraft. So either the signal failed, which I doubt given who built it, or someone on the military side doesn't want Tony found. What he didn't add was the obvious conclusion. If someone in the military was blocking the rescue, then the leak of Tony's route made a lot more sense. And it meant reinforcements were coming. The wrong kind. The conversation had gotten heavy. Cade changed direction. What about you? If we make it out of here, are you leaving? Tony could set you up somewhere safe. Eanson smiled. It was tired and sad. My family is all dead. This is my home. I'm not leaving. Fair enough. And you, Mr. Lawson? Will you follow Mr. Stark to America? Yeah. No family, no home. Not in this world anyway. Long story. Cade stared at the desert. Honestly, it's better that way. When I need to do certain things down the road, I won't have to worry about anyone getting caught in the crossfire. That doesn't sound like a good thing. It's not. But if I told you that humanity is going to face a series of crises in the coming years, each one bad enough to end the world, would you believe me? Eanson was quiet for a moment. You're talking about war. Not just war. Something worse. Behind Cade's eyes, images flashed. Fragments of movies from another life. The Chitauri pouring through a hole in the sky over Manhattan. Ultron lifting a city into the atmosphere. Thanos snapping half the universe out of existence. In the films, the good guys always won. But Cade was standing inside the story now. He couldn't bet his life on plot armor. What if the portal over New York didn't close in time? What if the nuke missed? What if one small thing went wrong at the worst possible moment? Every one of those crises will come with massive civilian casualties, Cade said. I want to change that. I want people to have the ability to protect themselves when it hits. How? Ensign could feel the weight behind those words. Even standing in the desert sun, he felt cold. First, survive them myself. Then make sure more people survive than die. Ensign didn't fully understand what Cade was talking about. But he understood conviction when he heard it. The truth was simple. From the moment Cade realized he'd crossed into the Marvel Universe, a clock started ticking. This world was dangerous beyond anything he'd experienced in his previous life, and he'd already thrown a wrench into the timeline just by existing. Tony wasn't building the Mark I in a cave under duress. He was out here in the open repairing.
Look, if you've actually made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on then, hit subscribe. And honestly, if you think a friend of yours would like this, go on and share it with them. It really helps out. Right, I'm done. I'll get out of your hair now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around till the end. It's well worth it.
A transformer with access to resources and allies. The ripple effects were unpredictable. Cade couldn't count on events playing out the way he remembered. Once one domino fell wrong, the whole chain could go. He had to get stronger. Fast. Strong enough to survive the Chitauri invasion at minimum. Ideally, strong enough to fight an alien army head-on. He looked down at his hands. The all-spark hummed beneath his skin. Patient, steady, waiting. I wonder, he said, how much energy it takes to turn an aircraft carrier into a transformer. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 5, Extremist the Mechanical Sovereign. Chapter 5, Extremist. Cade's guess was right. The terrorists came faster than the military, and in bigger numbers than he'd expected. 5 days after taking the camp. 15 desert SUVs. Over 60 armed men strung out along the horizon in a wall of dust. Cade lay prone behind a sandbag emplacement, watching through binoculars. Tony was to his left, chest glowing faintly blue through his shirt. Ensign to his right, hands clasped tight. A lot had changed in 5 days. After Blitz's shoulder got repaired, the robot turned out to be a surprisingly good fabrication assistant. Tony had replaced the crude electromagnet with a first-generation arc reactor, a miniaturized power source that would have won a Nobel Prize under normal circumstances. The outer casing had been hand-shaped by Blitz's 5-meter fingers, saving Tony the trouble of beating it into form with a hammer. The 3 of them were the only ones left. The other captives had driven off days ago in the surviving vehicles, heading south toward the nearest town. Whether they made it was anyone's guess. Cade's reasoning for staying was simple. Tony's beacon was already broadcasting their position. Walking blind through a desert full of hostiles was a worse bet than defending ground they knew. If they could wipe out this second wave, the military would have to respond, even if someone on the inside was dragging their feet. Tony. Cade still had his eye on the binoculars. Those minds of yours. They're going to work, right? You're asking me if my work is going to function? I'm Tony Stark. I've never designed a weapon that failed. Total confidence. The one you should be worried about is that robot of yours. I give it 50-50 he jumps out before. Boom. A fireball erupted from the convoy. One of the lead vehicles flipped end over end, scattering burning debris across the sand. A sand dune 200 meters from the convoy had just blown outward. Standing in the crater, both hands holding spent RPG launchers, was a 5-meter silver-gray robot who had absolutely not been given the order to engage. Commander, sir? I didn't do it on purpose. Blitz's voice boomed across the desert. A scorpion crawled into my intake valve. It was a reflex. He tossed one launcher, raised the other, and fired. Another vehicle went up in flames. Oops. So much for the ambush. Tony buried his face in his hands. My minefield was designed to catch 7 vehicles in a coordinated chain detonation. 7. And you're oversized. I know. Blitz wasn't waiting for permission. He'd already dropped both RPG tubes and his arms were reconfiguring. Panels slid back to reveal twin rotary cannons that Cade had salvaged from the cave's weapons cache and mounted to his forearms. The barrels spun up with a rising whine and opened fire. Tracer rounds stitched across the convoy in sweeping arcs. Vehicles shredded under concentrated fire, windshields bursting, engines detonating, bodies thrown sideways. Return fire pinged off Blitz's plating like rain on a tin roof. He walked forward into the carnage, firing with both arms. Utterly unbothered. He was singing Down Under by Men at Work, belting it out at stadium volume, pitch perfect, while systematically annihilating an armed convoy. What song is that? Tony asked. It's kind of catchy. You don't want to know, Cade said. An armed Cybertronian against conventional forces was a complete mismatch. As long as Blitz avoided heavy ordnance, he could steamroll them without taking real damage. And despite hauling twin Gatling guns, the robot moved with a fluidity that had no business coming from something that size. Ducking, pivoting, sidestepping return fire like he'd been doing this his whole life. Which technically he had. His whole life was about 5 days old. In less than a minute, more than half the convoy was burning. The remaining 7 vehicles broke formation and tried to circle Blitz. They didn't get far. Metal discs shot up from beneath the sand and clamped onto the vehicle's undersides. Tony's magnetic mines buried along the approach routes. They detonated in sequence, flipping 2 SUVs and shredding the axles of 3 more. But the kill count should have been higher. Blitz's early charge had scattered the convoy before most of them hit the kill zone. Your robot's AI, Tony said flatly. How did you design it? Did you just download a children's cartoon personality and call it a day? I think he was born that way, Cade said. There wasn't a better answer. It should have been over. 60 men against 1 Cybertronian. Complete rout. Then the last vehicle exploded. Not from a mine. Not from a bullet. From inside. A figure walked out of the fire. It had been a man once. Now the skin was split open along every joint and muscle line, cracks of dull red light glowing underneath like magma pushing through rock. The air around it shimmered with heat. Where its bare feet touched the sand, the grains fused into smooth glass. Dark, smoking circles marking each step. Blitz's cannon swiveled and opened fire. The creature kicked off the ground and leapt. 40 meters in a single bound, clearing the kill zone entirely. A handful of rounds caught it in the torso mid-flight. The wound sealed shoe. T before it landed. It closed on Blitz in seconds and swung its hand at his lower leg. Dodge! Cade barked through the Allspark link. The command hit Blitz like a shock. As Allspark Master, Cade had absolute authority over every Cybertronian he created. Hardwired, non-negotiable. Blitz's body obeyed before his mind caught up, stumbling backward as the glowing hand sliced through empty air. Blitz was confused. Why dodge? It was just a carbon-based lifeform attacking with its hand. What was the commander worried about? Only Cade understood. Extremists. A biological enhancement program, originally designed to regenerate lost limbs. But the serum had gone wrong. It rewrote the host's DNA, jacked body temperature past 5,000 degrees, granted superhuman speed and strength and a healing factor that could close a bullet wound in seconds. In Iron Man 3, an extremist soldier had cut through Tony's powered armor with bare hands. Sliced it in half. Blitz's armor wasn't any stronger than that. At close range, with the Gatling guns too unwieldy to aim properly, Blitz was at a disadvantage. And with extremist heat capable of cutting through his plating on contact, standing and fighting would get him killed. So much for saving the trump card, Cade muttered. He ordered Blitz to retreat. Blitz laid down a suppressive burst that forced the creature back, then dropped into vehicle form and ran. His speed in this mode was staggering. Wheels barely touching the ground, hundreds of meters of distance opening up in seconds, a rooster tail of sand hanging in the air behind him. The extremist soldier chased. It couldn't match Blitz's straight-line speed, but it didn't give up. Sprinting across the desert with that eerie fluid gait, glass footprints trailing behind. Blitz led it straight to the cave mouth. Where Cade was waiting. Prone on a hidden ridge above the entrance. Both hands wrapped around the pulse pistol. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 6. Shield. The extremist soldier saw Cade on the ridge and smiled. Contemptuous. Pitying. The virus had made him virtually immune to firearms. Bullets softened and splashed against his skin on contact, the 5,000-degree heat melting metal into liquid spray before it could penetrate. Like water droplets on a hot pan. Regeneration handled whatever got through. And with his speed, closing the distance to a man with a pistol would take seconds. The pale blue streak that hit his chest was not a bullet. The pulse round crossed the gap in an instant. A straight line of energy unaffected by gravity or wind. It struck dead center and detonated. There was no splash, no melting. All spark energy wasn't metal. The creature's internal heat did nothing to reduce the impact. A crater the size of a football blew open in his chest, exposing ribs that glowed red-hot underneath. On a normal person, fatal 3 times over. The extremist soldier staggered, looked down and watched his wound begin to close. Fast. Seconds, maybe. What kind of pistol is that? That power. I could take 5 of those at most. Last thought he ever had. Because the pulse pistol was continuous fire. Cade held the trigger and emptied the magazine. All 40 rounds. No hesitation. Against something with extremist-level speed, the first shot only landed because the creature was arrogant enough to stand still. The moment it knew what it was dealing with, there wouldn't be a second chance. 40 pulse rounds turned the position into a crater. Not just the body. The bedrock beneath the sand was pulverized. When the dust settled, what was left of the extremist soldier was fused into vitrified ground. Head more or less intact. Everything else had melted into rock and glass. Cade and Tony walked to the edge. The heat was savage, waves of it rippling the air, the half-glass sand crunching underfoot. What the hell was that thing? Tony asked. Who knows? Maybe he ate too much fast food and overheated. Tony stared at him. Rolled his eyes so hard his whole head moved. Which brand? Because I'm having pepper by the chain. Then Tony's gaze dropped to Cade's hip. That pistol? Can I take a look? Cade drew the pulse pistol and tossed it to him. Keep it. But you need to keep it quiet. Keep it quiet? Tony was already turning it over in his hands, fascinated. What, did you steal it? For Tony Stark, a man whose entire personality revolved around showing off his genius to the world, the idea of keeping a revolutionary weapon secret was practically a sin. If you invented something incredible, you basked in public worship. You didn't hide it. Cade didn't bother explaining. He just reached to take the pistol back. Hey, no, wait. Tony pulled the weapon out of reach. My friend, I will absolutely keep your secret. Scout's honor. Cross my heart. He whistled for Blitz and the two of them disappeared into the cave. Tony clutching his new toy, Blitz lumbering behind like an oversized lab assistant. Cade could already hear Tony muttering about the energy conversion mechanism before they rounded the corner. He found Ensign sitting near the cave entrance, watching convoy smoke drift across the horizon. With this batch gone, Cade said, the military should finally get off their asses. Even if someone's been stalling, they can't ignore this much longer. Ensign nodded. So you're really staying? My people need me. It's the only purpose I have left as a doctor. With respect, Ensign, even a great doctor can only save so many. There's no justice on any side of this war. The terrorists, the warlords, the so-called freedom fighters. And the Americans aren't any better. Next time someone decides to persecute your village, it might be the people who are supposed to be the good guys. Cade meant it. As a former soldier, he'd learned the hard way that the people you fought beside and the people who gave the orders weren't always on the same side. But Ensign smiled. That tired, stubborn smile of a man who'd already decided. Do you know the legend of my village? He said. They say that when the people face suffering and refuse to surrender, a divine messenger will appear. More beautiful than any woman who has ever lived. She can heal any wound, cure any disease, even bring back the recently dead. His voice was quiet. I want to stay long enough to find out if it's true. Cade recognized faith when he saw it. Not the blind kind. The kind that survived everything the world could throw at it and was still standing. You didn't argue with that. Then I hope she's real, Cade said. 3 hours after the last terrorist died, the U.S. military suddenly remembered how to respond to a distress signal. A communication request came through Tony's beacon. After confirming Tony's identity, a helicopter descended and extracted all 3 of them. At Tony's insistence, Blitz, in vehicle form and keeping conspicuously quiet, was loaded onto a cargo transport and shipped to the nearest forward operating base. Cade and Ensign were classified as unidentified persons. Despite Tony's protests, they were separated and placed in holding for identity verification. Cade sat in a white interrogation room for several days, questioned by rotating teams of intelligence officers. Standard processing, they said. Then someone new walked in. Short, thinning hair, unremarkable face, off-the-rack suit, the general appearance of an accountant who'd wandered into the wrong building. Cade studied him openly. So this was the legendary Agent Coulson. Future director material. Never judge a book by its cover. Mr. Lawson, the agent said, sitting down. Is there something on my face? No. Just wondering what S.H.I.E.L.D. actually is. Some kind of federal agency. An international intelligence and security organization. Not quite the same thing. Coulson opened a thin folder. Let's get to the point. Based on the identity you provided during intake, we ran a search through our Pacific Bureau. Australian Defence Force records, immigration databases, civilian registries. He paused. Nothing came back. Nothing? The word came out quieter than Cade intended. The identity he'd given them was real. His actual name from his previous life. Part of him, a small stubborn part he hadn't fully acknowledged until this moment, had hoped that maybe he hadn't really left his old world. That somewhere his service record still existed. That the people he'd known were still out there. Coulson's answer killed that. This wasn't his world. Not anymore. The regiment, the mates, the years of service. None of it existed here. He was a ghost. A man with memories of a place that had never been. He wasn't sure if what he felt was grief or relief. Mr. Lawson, Coulson said, watching him carefully. We need to verify your identity before we can make an accurate assessment. So, can you tell me who you really are? PLZ Throw Power Stones. Chapter 7, A Very Reliable Robot. Mr. Lawson, we need to verify your identity. Can you tell me who you really are? Cade leaned back. Why would I need an assessment? I'm just an unlucky traveler. Got hit by an RPG blast during the attack. Ensign confirmed I took a direct shock wave. Short-term memory confusion after that kind of trauma isn't unusual. No, it isn't, Coulson agreed. In fact, we've already had specialists review your initial intake interview. Their conclusion was that you weren't lying when you provided your identity. That's the only reason you're sitting here talking to me instead of sitting in a cell. That worked out, Cade thought. He'd given his real name on impulse, half hoping it would match something in this world's records. The fact that it passed expert scrutiny was an accidental bonus. He genuinely believed the name was his because it genuinely was. So thanks for that, I guess, Cade said. However, Coulson slid several photographs across the table. Even with memory confusion, your cognitive function appears perfectly intact. So the assessment is still necessary. Especially given what we found at the site. Cade looked at the photos. High-resolution shots of the desert floor. Patches of smooth, dark glass where sand used to be. Vitrified ground. We've tested these areas, Coulson said. All heated to over 5,000 degrees Celsius in a very short period. That's what causes this kind of vitrification. Pleasant tone. Conversational. I'd like to know what weapon produces that effect. So that's what this was about. S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with the supernatural and the extraordinary. They wouldn't waste a senior agent on a random civilian with amnesia. The vitrified sand was the flag. Cade told him about the extremist soldier. The burning skin, the speed, the regeneration. He kept it straightforward and honest. Nothing to gain from hiding the creature's existence when Coulson would find the remains regardless. What he hid was Blitz. Every reference to the robot was scrubbed. And the kill shot, the weapon that had vaporized the extremist soldier, he attributed entirely to Tony. Mr. Stark designed an energy weapon while he was building the arc reactor in the cave, Cade said. You'd have to ask him about the technical details. Engineering's not really my area. He'd planned this from the moment he tossed the pulse pistol to Tony. The man had built an arc reactor in a cave with a hammer. An entirely new power source that would have rewritten physics textbooks. Compared to that, designing an unusual pistol was nothing. Nobody would question it. Coulson's expression didn't change, but Cade could tell the answer tracked with whatever Tony had already said. No follow-up questions on the weapon. At the end of the interview, Coulson pulled a wristwatch from his jacket. Verband analog face. Nothing remarkable. A small gift, Coulson said, placing it on the table. The style's a bit dated, I'll admit. But I'd strongly recommend wearing it. It'll save you a lot of complications. Cade understood perfectly. Tracking device. Audio monitoring. And almost certainly a remote incapacitation system, something to put him down if S.H.I.E.L.D. decided he was a threat. Standard procedure for an unidentified person with proximity to Tony Stark. He picked it up and strapped it to his wrist. Coulson looked mildly surprised at how cooperative he was being. Relieved too. He knew it was disrespectful, strapping a leash onto someone who'd helped save one of the most important men in America, but Tony's security profile made it non-negotiable. Smile all you want, Cade thought. You just handed me the keys to your kingdom. The moment Coulson left the room, a foreign energy quietly invaded the most advanced surveillance device S.H.I.E.L.D. had ever manufactured. Tracking device detected. Mechanical integrity, 100%. Activation cost, 768 all-spark energy. Current energy, 1000/1000. Cade stared at the number. Blitz, a 5-meter multi-ton combat robot, had cost 915. This wristwatch wanted 768. The size difference was a factor of 1,000. The energy cost difference was barely 150 points. Whatever determined activation cost, it wasn't mass. It was complexity. Pound for pound, this watch packed more technology into its frame than the SUV had by orders of magnitude. Cade didn't hesitate. This was why he'd accepted the watch. Stage 1 of the Allspark allowed 3 Cybertronian units. Blitz was 1. This would be 2. His only worry was personality. If this one turned out to be another Blitz, another loudmouthed impulse-driven comedy act, he might actually lose his mind. He pushed the energy in. Invisible. Silent. No glow, no spark. The watch didn't change on the outside. But through the Allspark link, a new presence appeared in his mind. Commander, sir. Intelligence Officer Violet, reporting for duty. The voice was female. And, more importantly, professional. Luck was on his side. Cade blinked. Female? Since when did robots have gender? Weren't Cybertronians supposed to reproduce asexually? He'd never seen a transformer give birth, and he wasn't going to start imagining it now. A dozen bizarre thoughts flickered through his mind and got dismissed just as fast. Didn't matter. What mattered was capability. Violet, can you guarantee S.H.I.E.L.D. won't detect the change? Commander, please. Violet's tone was crisp, professional, faintly proud. Not only can I maintain the watch's original functions to avoid suspicion, I can counter-infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s entire database. Everything they have will be open to you. They won't have a single secret from the commander. Jackpot. S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Marvel Universe's only international intelligence organization. Backed by the most powerful governments, richest resources, most extensive spy network on the planet. If Violet could tap into that, it was practically a cheat code. Compared to Blitz's role as frontline assault, Violet was going to be far more valuable. Before the real war started, intelligence was worth more than firepower. Good. Standing assignment, filter everything passing through this watch to S.H.I.E.L.D. Nothing about Blitz, nothing about the Allspark, nothing about my real capabilities gets through. Keep their feeds clean. Understood completely. Shall I also establish monitoring on specific individuals? I can leverage S.H.I.E.L.D.'s global intelligence network for surveillance and investigation on any target you designate. That's incredible. Violet, you're about 1,000 times more reliable than Blitz. Thank you, Commander. A pause. Then, in a different register, warmer, a little theatrical, where the commander's blade is pointed, there our hearts shall follow. Cade frowned. That line. Why did it sound so familiar? It had the cadence of something he'd heard before. A dramatic oath, the kind of thing a loyal retainer would swear in a video game or an anime. The phrasing was too specific to be original. Wait. Is this girl a hardcore nerd? PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 8. History moves forward. Is this girl a hardcore nerd? Cade had a bad feeling about this. He was still processing Violet's dramatic oath when the interrogation room door got kicked open hard enough to bounce off the wall. Tony Stark barged in past a protesting Coulson, clutching a stack of papers like a weapon. You say Lawson's identity is suspicious? Tony slapped the documents on the table. These are his American citizenship papers. I just had them processed. Now take that watch off his wrist, or I go directly to your boss. Cade stared at him. You couldn't have come 5 minutes earlier? He just spent 768 all-spark energy converting that watch into violet. More than 3/4 of his total reserves. One of his 3 precious Stage 1 robot slots gone. He couldn't undo it, couldn't get the energy back, and he sure as hell couldn't hand the watch over to Coulson now. Lawson, you can relax, Tony said, radiating righteous indignation. No friend of Tony Stark's is going to be collared like a dog. Cade genuinely didn't know what to say. Tony was a hell of a friend. Dropping everything, pulling strings, burning political capital to get a man he'd known for 2 weeks his citizenship papers. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a rescue. The timing, though. In the end, Cade put on his most selfless expression and volunteered to keep the watch. He framed it as not wanting to make things difficult between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D., but on one condition: Coulson had to remove every offensive capability. No remote incapacitation, no kill switch. GPS tracking only. None of it mattered. Violet had already neutralized everything on the watch. But the negotiation had to look real. Tony was still unhappy, but since Cade had agreed, he couldn't push further. On the flight back to America, Tony brought it up again. You didn't have to do that. S.H.I.E.L.D. has 0 leverage over me. It's fine, Cade said. I'm not planning anything illegal. Sometimes giving a government agency a small concession pays off. They gave me an external liaison position out of it. Anytime S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to contact you, they go through me first. Saves you the headache. But isn't that a burden? The liaison position pays $3,000 a month. I'll manage. $3,000. Tony looked personally offended. That's nothing. Effective immediately, I'm hiring you as a technical consultant for Stark Industries. Annual salary, $1 million. Cade didn't refuse. He still needed Stark Industries for too many things, starting with the palladium required to build energy activators. A formal position made access to those resources a lot easier. The plane touched down in New York a few hours later. Tony's personal secretary, Pepper Potts, was waiting on the tarmac. Sharp-eyed and furious. She gave Tony a dressing down that he weathered with the practiced ease of a man who'd been yelled at by professionals his entire life. Then Tony said, Pepper, I need you to set up a press conference. Cade knew what was coming. Afghanistan had changed Tony. Cracked something open inside him that couldn't be closed. History was moving forward, and that meant the Chitauri invasion was getting closer too. Pepper worked fast. Landed in the morning, lunch, and by early afternoon the press conference was ready. Stark Tower. Packed room. Tony stood at the podium and announced the permanent shutdown of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. The room erupted. Stark Industries was a defense contractor at its core. Weapons sales were the majority of the company's revenue. Shutting that down wasn't a business decision, it was potential corporate suicide. A company worth tens of billions, maybe hundreds, threatening to destabilize not just itself but the broader economy. Tony didn't care. He made the announcement, declared the conference over, and walked off stage. Not everyone took it well. Cade stood quietly in a corner, dressed like staff, completely unremarkable. From there he had a clear view of Obadiah Stane, Tony's father's old partner and the company's largest shareholder after Tony himself. Stane's expression was thunderous. Cade recognized that look. He'd seen it on the faces of men who were about to do something drastic. Stane had leaked Tony's route to the 10 rings. Cade knew it. Watching the old man's face darken as Tony dismantled his empire in real time only confirmed what was coming. But Cade said nothing. Old rule and a good one, never get between a man and his family. Stane wasn't just Tony's business partner. He was practically a surrogate father. Decades of history, trust, shared grief over Howard Stark's death. If Cade, an outsider Tony had known for 2 weeks, started accusing Stane of conspiracy, Tony wouldn't believe him. He'd push Cade away and draw Stane closer. Cade wasn't Tony's servant anyway. They were partners. Allies of convenience, each getting something from the other. He'd deal with Stane when the time was right. After the press conference, Tony dove into his lab and didn't come up for air. When Cade found him, Tony didn't look up from the workbench. Lawson. The palladium you wanted is in the safe over there. Jarvis, open it. Certainly, sir, said a polished British voice from nowhere. A section of wall split open, revealing a concealed door. Behind it sat a black briefcase. Cade opened it. Rows of palladium blocks, precisely sealed and labeled, arranged in neat lines. Enough to build several energy activators. Only Tony Stark would hand over refined nuclear material without asking what it was for. I'll get out of your hair, Cade said. But Tony, I'm serious. Find a surgeon and get those shrapnel fragments removed. Walking around with that thing in your chest isn't sustainable. Relax. Tony waved a wrench at him. I'll figure out a solution before the palladium kills me. Cade managed a polite smile. He knew what Tony meant. The arc reactor's palladium core was slowly poisoning him. Iron Man 2 territory. Another ticking clock. He picked up the briefcase, left Stark Tower, and hailed a cab. The city scrolled past the window. Manhattan in all its overwhelming, indifferent glory. Glass towers catching the afternoon sun, rivers of traffic, millions of people going about their lives without the faintest idea of what was coming. Cade watched from the back seat and wondered how much of this would still be standing after the Chitauri came through. New York was a disaster magnet. In the Marvel Universe, nearly every world-ending crisis seemed to converge on this one city. The people living here went about their days without knowing they were waiting for the day the sky opened. Then they'd scream and run and pray for someone to save them. Some of them would end up on the news afterward. Others would end up in a casualty report. Outside the window, the scenery changed. Gleaming skyscrapers gave way to squat, aging tenements. Brick facades stained with decades of exhaust. Fire escapes clinging to buildings like metal parasites. Neon signs for liquor stores and bail bondsmen. Hell's Kitchen. PLZ throw Power Stones. Chapter 9. Hell's Kitchen. Cade had gotten an advance on his Stark Industries salary, but not a big one. Nowhere near enough to buy anything decent in a city where a closet-sized apartment in Manhattan cost more per month than most people's cars. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. liaison pay, $3,000 a month sounded fine until he learned the payout was delayed by 2 months. Advan? CES? Not a chance. The world's most powerful intelligence organization ran payroll like a government DMV. Hell's Kitchen sat right next to Manhattan's gleaming heart, but the two neighborhoods might as well have been different countries. Like a shadow cast by the skyline. Low, grimy, impossible to ignore. Cheap rent was the only selling point. Everything else was a liability. Sir, I can't go any further. The cab driver pulled over with his eyes glued to the rearview mirror. You'll need to get out here. It wasn't about Cade. It was about the group of tattooed men on the corner ahead. Anyone who drove a cab near Manhattan knew Hell's Kitchen's reputation. The driver wanted no part of whatever was past that intersection. Cade paid and stepped out. The tattooed men noticed him immediately. Clean clothes, briefcase, walking alone into their territory. Might as well have had "Rob Me" written on his face. In Hell's Kitchen, looking like you had money and no backup was an open invitation. Cade wasn't worried about the gangs. He was worried about what would happen if he had to deal with them. He just arrived in the country on Tony Stark's arm, already conspicuous. Starting fights in Hell's Kitchen would put him on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was something he wanted to avoid provoking until he was strong enough to handle whatever they threw at him. Before the situation could develop, a heavy-set blonde man pushed through the group and came over with a warm smile. Hi there. I'm Foggy. Foggy Nelson. He stuck out his hand. You must be Mr. Lawson? That's me. Nice to meet you, Mr. Nelson. Foggy. Please. Mr. Nelson is my father, and he's a much less fun person to hang out with. Cade shook his hand. Foggy had one of those faces that was impossible to distrust. Open, friendly, the kind of guy who'd give you his shirt and then apologize that it wasn't ironed. I have to say, Foggy, I didn't expect renting an apartment to need a lawyer showing up in person. In America, lawyers and expensive were practically the same word. Cade had found the listing online and figured it'd be a form and a signature. A lawyer handling a $500 rental was like hiring a surgeon to put on a Band-Aid. The landlady's an older woman whose English isn't great, Foggy explained. I'm just helping out. For free? That doesn't sound like a New York lawyer. Well, not completely free. She made me a Brazilian home-cooked meal. Honestly worth more than my hourly rate. Foggy, you're a good person. Funny. That's exactly what the first girl I confessed my feelings to said. Foggy's expression was perfectly deadpan. Right before she told me she thought of me as a brother. Cade laughed. He liked this guy. And it was obvious Foggy carried weight in Hell's Kitchen. The tattooed men had taken one look at him and lost interest in the new arrival entirely. Having a neighbor like that would save a lot of headaches. Foggy led him through the streets to a rundown apartment building. The exterior was rough. Peeling paint, rust-stained fire escape, front door that had clearly been kicked in at least once. But inside it was clean and maintained. Mrs. Cardenas met them at the door. Small, weathered Brazilian woman, maybe 60, with kind eyes and a limited English vocabulary that she filled in with hand gestures and the occasional burst of Portuguese. She was a tenant, not the owner. Struggling with rent. Subletting the ground floor and basement was her solution. Keep the upstairs for herself, rent the lower half to offset costs. Cade looked it over. The ground floor was simple. Main room, small kitchen. The basement was the real draw. Private, enclosed, no windows. Perfect for work that needed to stay out of sight. Place looks good. Let's do the contract. Foggy produced a pre-drafted lease from his briefcase with the speed of a man who'd had it ready since breakfast. Cade reviewed it. Straightforward, no surprises. Signed. 3 months prepaid, $1,500 total. Mrs. Cardenas grabbed Foggy in a hug so fierce the lawyer's feet nearly left the ground. Over her shoulder, Foggy shot Cade a helpless look. Oh. Lawson, we're having dinner at Mrs. Cardenas's place tonight. One of my colleagues is coming too. You just moved in, want to celebrate? Cade didn't mind. Building good relationships with his neighbors was practical, and Foggy clearly knew how to navigate this place. Sounds great. I just got to America from Afghanistan. Don't have many friends yet. You're military? Foggy's eyebrows went up. Used to be. Work at Stark Industries now. Not a bad career change. And hey, being alive after a war zone is a win all by itself. They chatted a few more minutes before Cade begged off to unpack. Foggy and Mrs. Cardenas took the hint and left. The moment the front door was locked, Cade went straight to the basement. He opened the black briefcase. 12 palladium blocks, each sealed in a lead-lined case, arranged in 2 rows. Enough for 1 energy activator with 2 blocks to spare. He picked up the first block and turned it over. Palladium block. Nuclear-grade material. Cost, 1,000 all-spark energy plus 10 palladium blocks to construct 1 energy activator. 10 blocks per activator. A single block of palladium could power an arc reactor for months. The energy consumption was staggering. Not just expensive. A bottomless pit. But there was no alternative. The activator was the only path to stage 2. Cade arranged 10 blocks in his hands and pushed. All spark energy drained from his reserves in a steady flood. The palladium blocks began to glow. Not heat, not radiation, but a deep luminous blue, as if the metal was dissolving into pure energy. The 10 blocks broke apart at the atomic level, their matter converting into something that had never existed in nature. The blue motes spiraled inward, condensing and crystallizing. In seconds they fused into a perfect hexagonal crystal. Small enough to fit in his palm, blue as a sapphire, lit from within by a steady pulse that matched his heartbeat. No radiation. No heat. Every joule of energy perfectly contained. It was less like technology and more like something dreamed into existence. Energy activator online. All spark energy capacity, 1,000, 2,000. Recovery rate, 1 per second, 2 per second. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 10. City of Sin. After dark, Cade held the hexagonal crystal and watched the prompt update. Energy activator X1 acquired. All spark energy capacity increased by 1,000. Recovery rate increased by +1 per second. All spark energy, stage 1234/2000. Recovery rate, 2 per second. The faster recovery was immediately noticeable. Energy trickling back at double the old rate. Good. But Cade was already looking ahead. Sensory gauntlets, 200 all-spark energy. Base material, ferromagnetic metal. Functions, heat insulation, ballistic resistance, retractable blade, 1 per gauntlet, moderate arm strength enhancement. Cheaper than the pulse pistol. More utility tool than weapon. But Cade frowned at the description. Heat insulation, blade, strength boost. What part of any of that has to do with sensing anything? He almost laughed. Even interdimensional alien technology wasn't immune to clickbait. The energy cost was manageable. The material requirement wasn't. Ferromagnetic metal meant iron at its most basic. Simple enough in theory. In practice, Cade scoured the apartment and came up short. Every piece of iron he could find, hinges, nails, a bent curtain rod, wasn't close to enough for even one gauntlet. The sensory gauntlets would have to wait. He shelved his frustration and did what needed doing. Clean the place. Several hours of it, raising clouds of dust that would have given a health inspector a stroke. Old military habits. Everything squared away, surfaces wiped, corners swept, gear stowed properly. When he finished, the apartment was spotless. It was also almost completely empty. One sofa. One bed frame with no mattress. No wardrobe. No table. Then a horrifying realization crept in. Do I have to wash my own clothes? Sweep? Cook? Do the dishes? All of it? Myself? Cade liked things clean. He did not like being the one responsible for keeping them that way. He'd figure it out. Later. Evening came. Cade showered, changed, and headed upstairs to Mrs. Cardenis's place. Foggy was already there, settled into a chair like he owned it. Sorry I'm late, Cade said. No worries. Dinner's still cooking and my colleague hasn't shown up yet. From the kitchen, Mrs. Cardenas called out, Oh, could someone run out and get baking soda? I'm all out. Foggy was halfway out of his chair when Cade waved him back down. I'll go. Want to get a feel for the neighborhood anyway. At night? Foggy's face creased. The area isn't exactly safe after dark. Maybe I should. You can't babysit me forever, Foggy. I'm probably better at looking after myself than you are. Foggy got the message. He sat back down but couldn't resist. Just be careful. Cade headed out. The baking soda was secondary. What he really wanted was scrap iron. Enough ferrous metal for the sensory gauntlets. A junkyard, a construction site, even an abandoned car would do. He didn't expect Hell's Kitchen to show its teeth this fast. 7 o'clock. Sun barely down. Before he'd made it 1 block, he passed a junkie slumped against a stoop with the tourniquet still on his arm. 2 women were tearing into each other in the street, blood running from a split forehead, fighting over territory or a client or both. And at the end of the block, a full brawl had spilled out of a bar. Machetes, bats, at least a dozen men going at it for real. Cade kept his head down and kept moving. Ducked through a side street, cut through an alley, and found a kid with a butterfly knife blocking his path. 19, maybe 20. Wiry. The knife danced between his fingers like he'd been practicing since he could walk. Hey, tourist. The kid grinned. Wrong neighborhood. Everything in your pockets. Now, tourist. Cade sighed. That's the best you've got? The hell did you just say? I said you might want to put that knife down and rethink your career choices. The kid's grin turned into a snarl. He lunged. Low thrust aimed at Cade's kidney, meant to cripple if it didn't kill. The blade made it about halfway. A black shape dropped from the fire escape above and landed on the mugger like a sack of concrete. The kid hit the pavement face first, pinned under a boot. Before he could scream, a fist hammered into his face. Left, right, left, right. 7 or 8 shots in rapid succession, each one landing with the wet crack of skin splitting on bone. The mugger went limp. Cade watched with clinical detachment. Excessive, he thought. A bullet would have been cleaner. But the man standing over the unconscious mugger clearly had a different philosophy. Tall. All black. Long sleeves, cargo pants, boots. A half mask covering everything from the nose down. The kind of outfit you threw together when you wanted to hit people without being recognized. You shouldn't be outside at night. Deep voice, deliberately roughened. Disguised. This neighborhood has a problem with crime. And with people who don't like outsiders. I'll manage. Cade reached behind his back and drew the Colt M1911 he'd taken from Tony's lab. Tony kept full sets of military firearms in his workshop for armor research. Cade had swapped the conspicuous pulse pistol for something that wouldn't raise eyebrows. I've got this. He couldn't see the man's eyes behind the mask, but he felt the shift. Tension that hadn't been there before. Not aimed at Cade, but at the gun. The specific hostility of deep moral conviction. No one has the right to take another person's life, the masked man said. Not even in self-defense. What are you, an abolitionist? It came out before Cade could filter it. Growing up in a country with functional gun laws and then serving in a regiment where killing was part of the job, he genuinely struggled with this kind of thinking. In his experience, people who said things like, "No one has the right to kill," fell into two groups: saints who'd earned the authority to say it, or comfortable idealists who'd never been in a situation where the alternative was dying. But this guy wasn't on a keyboard. He was out here in the dark in a mask, beating muggers unconscious with his bare hands. Whatever his philosophy, he was putting his body behind it. Probably a saint, Cade thought. Even if I think he's wrong. The masked man had more to say on the subject, but Cade cut him off. Agree to disagree. But before we continue the philosophy seminar, he tilted his head toward the far end of the alley. We might want to deal with this first. Engine noise. Growing louder. From both ends of the alley. 10, maybe 12 men came out of the shadows. Some from the street behind Cade, some from the intersection ahead. Machetes. Bats. One length of chain. They took one look at their associate lying unconscious in his own blood and came forward without a word. They were all together. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 11. A chance encounter. Cade raised the M1911 and took aim. The masked man knocked his arm up before he could fire. Gun went off anyway, bullet cracking into a brick wall 2 stories up, throwing sparks. Missed everything that mattered. But the sound did its job. 10 guys with machetes and bats stopped dead in their tracks. Guns have that effect on people. No killing, the masked man shouted at him. Cade looked at the masked man. Looked at the 10 armed thugs. Back at the masked man. He holstered the pistol. Took 2 steps back. Gave a little bow and a sweep of his hand. Well then. Please begin your performance. The masked man just stared at him. The thugs didn't give him long to process it. They saw Cade put the gun away and did the math. The guy in the mask was the easier target. All 10 rushed him at once. And the guy could fight. Really, genuinely fight. Cade had trained alongside Tier 1 operators, and this masked stranger would have held his own with any of them. He moved like he had eyes in the back of his skull. 2 guys came at him from behind and he was already pivoting, catching a machete mid-swing and turning it on the other attackers. His punches put people down in one hit. Jaw shots, temple shots, the kind of clean knockout strikes you only get from years of dedicated training. 10-on-1 is still 10-on-1 though. He took a machete slash on his forearm. A bat to the ribs. He was bleeding through his shirt in a couple of places, and it looked bad even if the wounds weren't deep. Cade leaned against the alley wall and watched. He wasn't being cruel about it. The masked man still had plenty left in the tank, for one thing. And for another, Cade's entire combat training was built around killing. That's what the SASR taught you. You didn't incapacitate. You didn't subdue. You ended threats. If he jumped in, somebody was going to die, and the masked man clearly had strong feelings about that. Fine. Let the idealist have his fight. Meanwhile, Cade had spotted something useful. He slipped out of the alley while the masked man had everyone's attention. Parked on the curb, a row of Harleys. The gang's bikes. He checked for cameras for bystanders. Nothing. That saves me some trouble. He put both hands flat on the nearest Harley and pushed 200 points of all-spark energy into it. The whole motorcycle melted. Not like wax melting, slow and droopy. It liquefied all at once into a silver stream that shot up Cade's arm and coated everything from his fingertips to his elbow. Mercury fast. It found every crease of his skin, filled every contour and hardened. Sensory gauntlet, 200 all-spark energy. Ferromagnetic metal base. Heat insulation, ballistic resistance, retractable blade, arm strength enhancement. Silver gray metal glove, paper-thin, covering his whole right forearm. He flexed his fingers. Made a fist. Opened it. Full range of motion, no stiffness at all. Only it weighs about 5 kilos. Where's this arm strength enhancement supposed to be? Then blue lines lit up across the surface, tracing patterns through the metal, and the weight just vanished. Gone. Like someone had flipped off the gravity. Magnetic levitation? That's what sensory meant. The gauntlet read changes in the Earth's magnetic field and used pulse energy to generate an opposing force. Cancelled its own weight completely. And when he swung his arm, the field reversed and multiplied the force of the blow. Now that's something. He flicked his wrist. A blade snapped out from under the wrist plate. 30 centimeters of alloy, razor sharp. Altair, eat your heart out. When he retracted it, the whole gauntlet folded down into a bracelet. Just a slim metal band around his wrist. Cybertronian engineering at its finest. The thing could go from jewelry to weapon in under a second. He burned through several hundred more energy and did the same to 3 more Harleys. 4 bracelets total. Back in the alley, the masked man was standing over the last thug, covered in blood, breathing hard. Half the blood was his. If he'd been willing to grab one of those machetes and use it, the fight would have taken half the time and cost him half the injuries. But principles aren't free. Here. Cade tossed 2 bracelets at him. A thank you. The masked man caught them and almost ripped his arms out of their sockets. 5 kilos each, dead weight, no warning. He staggered. Cade held up his own wrist and let the bracelet unfold. Metal plates spreading out, locking together, the full gauntlet assembling itself in 1 smooth second. Magnetic field cancels the weight. Won't slow you down. He pointed at the cuts on the masked man's arms. And at minimum, they'll stop a knife. The masked man put them on. Blue lines flickered to life. He tested the fit, flexing his hands, rolling his wrists. Then just a short nod. Thanks. Don't mention it. Hell's Kitchen needs a hero and I'm not applying for the position. Keep the streets clean and you save me trouble. Cade let the smile drop. But be thorough about it. Next time I run into guys like these, I don't know what holding back means. Who are you? The masked man asked. Just a hero for fun. Cade was already walking. Oh, and those things need charging. He didn't look back. The gunshot earlier must have sent a message, because nobody bothered Cade the rest of the way to the store. The owner was wearing a bulletproof vest over a flannel shirt with a double-barreled shotgun on the counter next to the register. He rang up the baking soda and spent the entire transaction lecturing Cade about personal safety. You. This hour. Buying baking soda? In this neighborhood. You know how dangerous that is? Cade nodded his way through it, promised to be careful, and got out before the guy could loop back around for a second pass. Outside he laughed. Hell's Kitchen people are built different. No wonder the Chitauri can't take this planet. He pictured it. Regular New Yorkers on fire escapes, shooting down alien soldiers with pulse pistols. Cade Lawson brand, naturally. Except no substitutes. The whole detour cost him time. By the time he knocked on Mrs. Cardenis's door, dinner was already going. Sorry, took longer than expected. He handed over the baking soda. Foggy waved him in. Mrs. Cardenis disappeared into the kitchen. And sitting at the table in a clean button-down and dark glasses was someone Cade hadn't met before. A blind man. He'd changed. Different clothes, wounds cleaned up and hidden under long sleeves. But Cade could smell it. Faint under the soap, barely there. Blood. Fresh blood. This blind man was the masked vigilante from the alley. Foggy's colleague. The friend he'd mentioned. Cade smiled. Small world. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 12, Dr. Strange. Foggy visibly relaxed when Cade walked in unharmed. Lawson, this is Matt Murdoch, my partner and best friend. Our firm is Nelson and Murdoch, attorneys at law. Partners. Best friends. The kind of bond that only formed when 2 people had been through law school and poverty together. Cade filed that away. He extended his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Cade Lawson, just got back from Afghanistan. I work at Stark Industries. Matt shook his hand with an easy smile. Nice to meet you too. I can't see you, obviously, but I have a feeling you're a good person. Smooth. Relaxed. The perfect performance of a blind lawyer meeting a stranger at dinner. But Cade knew better. Not from the alley. Matt's face had been covered the whole time. Cade couldn't have identified him from that encounter any more than a stranger on the street could. What Cade knew, he knew from another life entirely. Daredevil. Matt Murdoch. Nelson and Murdoch, Hell's Kitchen. The blind vigilante with radar senses and a no-kill code. Matt, meanwhile, had almost certainly recognized Cade's voice the second he walked in. The gun guy from the alley was now sitting at his dinner table. But as far as Matt knew, his mask had done its job. His secret was safe. And I have a feeling you're a man with a real sense of justice, Cade said, keeping it light. Something flickered across Matt's expression. A micro-hesitation, gone as fast as it appeared. Paranoia, maybe. Does he know? No, that's just a compliment. He's a stranger. He can't know. Foggy caught something in the air anyway. A stiffness, a beat of silence that lasted a fraction too long. Wait, have you two met before? Matt's face went rigid for half a second. Cade bailed him out. Ran into him on the way to the store. He gave me directions. But I don't think he recognized me at the time. A beat of silence from Matt. Cade could almost hear the calculation. Why would a stranger cover for me? Unless he's not a stranger. Unless he knows. Then Matt picked up the thread, smooth as a courtroom redirect. That's right. I just now recognized his voice. You know how it is, Foggy. Can't exactly pick people out of a lineup. Foggy seemed satisfied. Well, even better. I was worried you'd be awkward around a stranger. Mrs. Cardenas emerged from the kitchen carrying a pot large enough to feed a small army. Boys, dinner's ready. The meal was excellent. Mrs. Cardenas's home cooking was rich, hearty, loaded with spices Cade hadn't tasted since his last deployment in South America. He ate less than the others, mostly because his mind kept circling back to the palladium in his basement, but the company made up for any distraction. Foggy and Matt were both natural conversationalists. Warm without being overbearing, friendly without crossing into pushy. They knew how to put people at ease, probably a professional skill as much as a personal one. By the end of dinner, Cade was genuinely glad he'd met them. After saying goodnight and heading downstairs, Cade opened his front door to find Matt Murdock already inside. He glanced at the open window. Made a mental note, get a steel security grate installed tomorrow. You know, you could have just told me you wanted to see the new place. I'd have offered you a drink. I wanted to thank you, Matt said. For not giving me away upstairs. That was nothing. Cade shrugged off his jacket and unstrapped the shield watch, setting it on table. But I will say this. Between friends, it's better not to keep the kind of secrets that could get someone killed. Foggy especially. He deserves to know. Matt didn't respond to that. I have some questions, he said instead. Ask away. No guarantee I'll answer. Who are you really? Cade had expected this. He took a moment. Everything I said at dinner was true. I'm Australian, former military. I ended up in Afghanistan at the wrong time and got pulled into Tony Stark's mess. Now I work at Stark Industries. Meeting Foggy was pure coincidence. You don't need to worry about me having some hidden agenda. He'd expected to have to work harder. Instead, Matt just said, I believe you. You're not lying. You can tell when someone's lying? Cade raised an eyebrow. Sounds like a superpower. Nothing that exotic. I listen to heartbeats. Blind people tend to have sharper hearing. That's a lot sharper than tends to, Cade said. He knew Matt was holding back. The radar sense, the training, the full extent of his abilities. But Cade wasn't going to press. Everyone was entitled to their secrets. Matt held up one of the metal bracelets. Is this a Stark Industries product? Prototype. Anything goes wrong, come find me. Full after-sales service. Thank you. These are genuinely useful. Matt turned the bracelet over in his fingers. I owe you one. If you ever need help, legal or otherwise, come to me. Discounted legal fees? Free. Let's hope I never need to take you up on that. They were still talking when police sirens cut through the night. Matt's head tilted, listening to something Cade couldn't hear. His expression hardened. Sorry. I need to go. He was out the window before Cade could respond. Cade watched the curtain settle, then turned to the watch on the table. Violet. Did you get his voice print? The black watch erupted into motion. Panels split, microcomponents unfolded, tiny mechanical limbs extended. 2 seconds and standing on Cade's table was a figure roughly 10 centimeters tall. A miniature robot in sleek purple-black armor, proportioned like a woman, with articulated fingers, segmented joints, and a face so finely detailed that individual eyelashes were visible above luminous violet eyes. She dropped to one knee. VoicePrint recorded and cataloged, Commander. The next time he puts on a mask, I'll identify him within seconds. Good work. What about the other assignments? I've been monitoring Stark Industries' financial accounts since the press conference. Violet stood and clasped her hands behind her back. Intelligence officer delivering a briefing. This afternoon, approximately $1 billion was quietly moved out of company accounts. The transfer was split into over 100 smaller transactions to avoid detection. all of them routed to private accounts belonging to Obadiah Stane. That fast? Cade's jaw tightened. His patience is even thinner than I expected. What about the other thing? Find anything? Based on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s medical database, I've identified the top 10 surgeons in the world with the skill to extract shrapnel fragments from Mr. Stark's chest. One of them is based in New York. I'd suggest the commander approach him first. Violet's eyes flickered, twin points of violet light, and a holographic projection materialized in the air in front of her. Three-dimensional, translucent, hovering above the table. The image that appeared was a cartoon girl. Pastel-colored hair. Singing what sounded like an anime opening theme at full volume. Cade stared. Violet killed the feed instantly. My sincerest apologies, Commander. Wrong file. The projection flickered and reformed. This time it showed a medical profile. A man with sharp cheekbones, immaculate gray-streaked hair, and the kind of angular bone structure that looked like God had designed his face to play a villain in a BBC drama. The name beside the photo, Dr. Stephen Strange. But Cade was barely looking at the profile. Was that a Vocaloid? He'd caught maybe 2 seconds of the accidental broadcast, but that was enough. His newly created intelligence operative, the most advanced espionage unit on the planet, capable of infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D.'s global network, was spending her downtime watching anime. Violet was a nerd. Confirmed. PLZ throw power stones. Chapter 13, Which version of Osborne? The Mechanical Sovereign. Chapter 13, Which version of Osborne? The reason Cade had asked Violet to find a surgeon was simple. Tony Stark was living on borrowed time. The arc reactor kept the shrapnel fragments suspended, held in place by magnetic force, millimeters from his heart. It was keeping Tony alive, but it wasn't a cure. Even if Tony upgraded to a second-generation reactor and solved the palladium poisoning, the fundamental problem remained. Take the reactor off and the shrapnel moves. Tony dies. The fragments were too close to the heart. Too numerous. Miss even one during extraction and the patient bleeds out on the table. That's why Tony had never gone under the knife. The math didn't favor survival. Stephen Strange was the best surgeon on the planet, and based on his file, he'd operate on anyone as long as the check cleared. Money was the easiest problem in the world when your employer was Stark Industries. Even with the stock price cratering after the weapons shutdown, a single surgery was pocket change for Tony. Cade had Violet pull Tony's medical records and send them to Strange's office with a straightforward pitch. Money is no object, name your price. Then he went to sleep. Slept better than he had since arriving in this universe. No dreams, no alarms, no gunfire. Just silence and darkness all the way to morning. When he woke up it was past 10. Good thing I don't have to clock in, Cade said, stretching. Commander, you have 2 messages. Violet hopped onto his bedside table. One from Dr. Strange, one from S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. first. Agent Coulson called at 7 this morning. I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I routed him to voicemail. He'd like to meet. Says he wants to discuss Mr. Stark. Tell him to advance me some of that salary they owe me. I'll buy him a coffee this afternoon. Cade yawned. What did Strange say? Dr. Strange replied to your email. He says the surgery is extremely high risk. Even with him as lead surgeon, the success rate only goes from 10% to 50%. He also states that with current medical technology, 50% is the absolute ceiling. That's it? No other options? 50%. No wonder Tony had never pulled the trigger on the operation. Coin flip with his life. He did mention one thing, Violet continued. Oscorp Industries is apparently developing a new microsurgical instrument with nanometer-level precision. It hasn't entered production yet. Strange says that if he had access to that equipment, he could push the success rate above 90%. Oscorp? The name nagged at him for a second before the connection clicked. That's the Green Goblin's company. Cade's Marvel knowledge was mostly limited to the films he'd watched in his previous life. Outside the big Avengers crossovers, his recall on individual heroes was patchy. It took him a moment to place the name, but Osborne was Osborne. Norman Osborn. Goblin Serum. Spider-Man's arch-nemesis. Spider-Man's had, 3 different movie versions? I wonder which one this world follows. If it was the most recent iteration, Peter Parker was about 7 years old right now. Still a kid with both parents alive and no radioactive spiders in sight. Something to investigate later. Set up a meeting with Oscorp, Cade told Violet. Use my Stark Industries technical consultant title. Yes, Commander. There was a pause. Then Violet's voice came back different. Hesitant. Almost sheepish. Commander, would it be possible for me to take the day off? Cade stared at her. You want a day off? There's a World of Warcraft fan event today. In the city. I'd very much like to attend. Cade almost choked. You play WoW? She'd been alive for less than 2 weeks. I'm a max-level Fury warrior. Violet projected her character profile into the air with obvious pride. Full tier set. Epic weapons. Achievements that would take a normal player months to grind. It was 2008. Level cap was 70. Even with a high-level guild carrying you through every dungeon, hitting max in this time frame was borderline impossible, let alone gearing up in full raid equipment. How the hell did you hit 70 that fast? With full tier gear. I infiltrated the game servers and modified my character data, Violet said, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Don't worry. I routed everything through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. Completely untraceable. Cade opened his mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. His top-tier intelligence operative, capable of penetrating the most advanced spy network on Earth, had used S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classified infrastructure to hack World of Warcraft. If S.H.I.E.L.D. ever found out their systems had been compromised to cheat at a Blizzard game, they'd probably shut down the internet just to be safe. I don't even know where to start with that. Violet blinked up at him with enormous violet eyes, clasping her tiny hands together. A 10-centimeter robot doing puppy dog eyes shouldn't have worked. It absolutely did. Even if I said yes, Cade said, how would you go? You're 10 centimeters tall. You look like a limited edition collector's figurine. The second you show up at a gaming convention, someone's going to try to buy you. Violet froze. Her entire body went rigid, as if the possibility had never occurred to her. The image of being scooped up by an enthusiastic cosplayer and stuffed into a display case was apparently too horrifying to process. Cade sighed. Nothing urgent today. I'll take you. Violet launched off the table, grabbed one of Cade's fingers with both arms, and clung to it like a koala on a branch. Commander, the spark that dances at your fingertips is the eternal flame of my devotion. Hey, I've seen Railgun. You're not slipping anime quotes past me. Violet collapsed back into watch form. Cade strapped her to his wrist, shook his head, and headed for the door. He left the apartment and turned south, following directions Violet fed through the Allspark link toward the convention venue. He didn't notice the black sedan that pulled away from the curb behind him. It followed at a careful distance, 2 cars back. Windows tinted. Plates clean. Cade walked on, oblivious. Please throw power stones. Chapter 14. Father and Son at the Fair, the Mechanical Sovereign. Chapter 14. Father and Son at the Fair, the World of Warcraft fan event was being held in a public square near Central Park. Grassroots affair organized by players from one of the local servers. Nothing corporate. Just a few dozen people in homemade costumes eating cheap food and having fun. Cade and Violet arrived to find a crowd that ranged from middle-aged men in foam armor to 5-year-olds swinging plastic swords. Night elves, undead rogues, a surprisingly committed orc shaman. The cosplay was rough by professional standards, but the enthusiasm made up for it. The program was simple. A few short skits based on in-game storylines, then snacks and socializing. Cade used Violet's account credentials to get in and scored a free lunch. He browsed the booths, watched a reenactment of the Battle of Mount Hyjal performed by 6 people and a cardboard Archimonde, and did his best to look like he belonged. On the way out, Violet spoke up. Dead serious. Commander, I need you to prioritize upgrading the Allspark. What brought this on? In my core memory banks, the Allspark has the capability to construct synthetic humanoid bodies. When that technology becomes available, I need you to build me one. She paused. So I can attend conventions like this in person. Under my own name. In my own cosplay. Cade didn't know where to start. This was her motivation for pushing him towards stage 2? Not tactical superiority, not global defense capabilities. Cosplay. Why were all the robots the Allspark created so weird? Still, the synthetic body concept had legitimate applications. Mass-produce humanoid units, and Cade could field an army of lifelike operatives. worth pursuing regardless of Violet's reasons. But it came back to the same bottleneck. Energy activators required nuclear-grade material. Until he could secure a steady supply through Stark Industries, Stage 2 was out of reach. Cade found a quiet bench away from the crowd and sat down. He wasn't a WoW player and felt out of place among people debating raid compositions and arguing about whether paladins were overpowered. He wasn't the only one. A man sat down on the other end of the bench. Early 30s, thin, with a pallor that suggested either too many hours indoors or not enough good health to go around. He looked slightly lost, like someone dragged here by forces beyond his control. "Not a gamer?" the man asked. "Dragged here by a friend," Cade said. "You?" "My son." The man nodded toward the play area. "Take my advice, don't have kids too young. Actually, don't have kids at all. Look at that." Cade followed his gaze. A boy of 5 or 6 was charging around with a plastic greatsword, screaming battle cries and whacking everything in reach. A pack of similarly armed kids rampaged behind him, a shrieking tornado of foam weapons and sugar-fueled chaos. Cade watched for a moment. "Honestly? Being able to complain about your kid at a gaming convention, that's a luxury. My family's gone. I'd trade a lot to have your kind of problems." The man's expression softened. "Sorry. I didn't mean to." "No need to apologize." Cade extended his hand. "Cade Lawson." The man gripped it firmly, about to introduce himself, when a child's shriek cut across the park. "Dad, watch my whirlwind slash." The boy came spinning toward them, plastic sword extended, rotating like a top. Grinning so wide his face could barely contain it. "Harry, careful." The man let go of Cade's hand and rushed forward to scoop up the boy before he could spin into a park bench. Harry. A sick-looking father and a son named Harry. The surname clicked somewhere in the back of Cade's mind, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. "Commander," Violet said through the Allspark link. "Someone just activated an electromagnetic jamming device. All wireless communications within a 3-block radius are suppressed." EM jamming. In a public park. During a fan convention. Not random. Someone came prepared. Cade's first instinct was that it was meant for him. And if it was, staying here meant putting civilians in the crossfire. Including a man and his young son. He stood and walked away without a word, heading for the most isolated section of the park he could find. Behind him, the father lifted his boy onto his shoulders and turned to say something to Cade. But the bench was already empty. "Daddy, where'd he go?" "Guess he had somewhere to be." The man looked in the direction Cade had walked. Thoughtful. Then he smiled down at his son. "Come on, Harry. Let's go find some more bad guys to fight." "Yeah. Whirlwind slash." Cade didn't make it far. He'd barely cleared the tree line when men in black suits came out from behind every piece of available cover. Benches, lampposts, maintenance sheds. A dozen of them, forming a loose perimeter that closed around him. "This is a lot of manpower," Cade said, hands at his sides. "I hope this isn't about stepping on the grass." The ring parted and a large figure shouldered through. Bald. Broad. A body that had once been powerful and was now running to fat, but still carried authority like a weapon. Cade recognized him instantly. He'd seen that face from across the press conference room just days ago. Obadiah Stane. Stark Industries CEO. Tony's most trusted mentor. "That's unexpected," Cade said, and meant it. He'd assumed the tale was S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson checking on his investment. Instead it was Stane. The man who should have been busy draining Stark Industries accounts and stealing arc reactor blueprints. Why was he wasting time on a nobody technical consultant? "Mr. Lawson," Stane said, with the warm smile of a man who'd spent decades perfecting friendly threats. "I hope I'm not interrupting. I'd love to buy you lunch and discuss a potential collaboration." "Collaboration? I already work for Stark Industries." Stane reached into his jacket. Every muscle in Cade's body went tight. One thought and the sensory gauntlet bracelet would unfold, blade deployed, and he'd cut through every suit in this park before the first one could draw. If Stane was pulling a gun, the conversation was over. Stane pulled out a gun. But Cade didn't move. Because he recognized it. Smooth white casing. Blue pulse energy channels glowing beneath the surface. A weapon that shouldn't exist anywhere on Earth. The pulse pistol. His pulse pistol. The one he'd given to Tony. Chapter 15. Obadiah Stane's invitation. Stane turned the pulse pistol over in his hands like a man admiring a fine cigar. Mr. Lawson, you're a smart man. I think you understand what I'm getting at. To Tony, he held up the pistol, is a curiosity. A toy. To me, it's an outstanding product with enormous commercial potential. Cade said nothing. Stane had brought the pulse pistol to this meeting, which meant he'd already figured out who built it. Whether Tony had let it slip or whether Stane had deduced it on his own, the conclusion was the same. Denying it would be pointless. You're giving me a lot of credit, Mr. Stane. I don't see how a little gadget like that matters much to Stark Industries. No. Stane wagged a finger. You're selling yourself short and overestimating Tony. In my view, your work isn't far behind his. And unlike Tony, I think you and I speak the same language. How so? Do you know how I figured out this pistol wasn't Tony's design? Stane didn't wait for an answer. Because I caught Tony taking it apart. Studying it. And if Tony had invented this weapon himself, he wouldn't need to reverse engineer it, he'd just build a better version from scratch with superior materials. I know Tony. That's exactly what he'd do. So I knew someone else designed it. And of the people who walked out of that cave alive, you were the only candidate who made sense. But here's what matters. After Tony finished studying your pistol, he tossed it aside. Moved on to developing his own weapons based on the technology he'd extracted from it. Your work, your creation was nothing more than a stepping stone to him. Do you understand what I'm saying? The sincerity in Stane's voice was almost convincing. Almost. Not really, Cade said. Tony's a genius. He'll always design something better. It's natural he wouldn't fixate on my work. Exactly. Tony will always build something better. But his better requires precision manufacturing, exotic materials, astronomical costs, things that make mass production impossible. His inventions are masterpieces that will never leave the prototype stage. The weapons that actually sell, the ones that generate real money, need to be cheap, reliable, and easy to produce in volume. Both Tony and his father Howard were brilliant engineers and terrible businessmen. I don't need cutting-edge designs. I need weapons like this pistol, or even simpler. Products I can manufacture and move. Work with me, Mr. Lawson, and we can make more money than Stark Industries has ever seen. Now Cade understood. Stane wasn't here to threaten him. He was here to recruit him. For a moment, Cade considered it. Stane was Stark Industries' CEO and its second-largest shareholder. His resources rivaled Tony's. And there was a practical advantage that Tony couldn't offer. Stane was a businessman. He understood transactions you deliver, I pay, clean and simple. With Tony, everything ran on friendship and mutual inspiration, which made it awkward for Cade to ask for materials outright. With Stane, it would be purely transactional. No guilt, no social debt. Stane's plan was clear enough. Tony had shut down weapons manufacturing, leaving a vacuum in the defense market. Stane was siphoning funds to build a new arms company from scratch, his own contacts, his own supply chains to scoop up every contract Tony had abandoned. He needed an engineer who could deliver practical, manufacturable designs. Not a genius who built one-of-a-kind marvels. A workhorse. But after thinking it through, Cade shook his head. I appreciate the offer, Mr. Stane. But I'll have to pass. Stane's expression cooled. I'd like to hear why. I'll give you 2 reasons. First, I don't need money. Second, I don't do business with people who open negotiations by surrounding me with armed men. There was a third reason Cade kept to himself. Stane's conspiracy against Tony was going to blow up in his face very soon. Partnering with a man whose empire had days left was bad business by any measure. Beneath his sleeve, the metal bracelet on his wrist had begun to glow faintly. One thought and the sensory gauntlet would deploy, blade extended, magnetic force multiplied. At this distance, if Stane ordered his men to move, Cade would carve through every one of them before the first gun cleared its holster. But Stane surprised him. Instead of anger, the old man smiled, broad, warm, and entirely too comfortable for a man who'd just been rejected. Fair point. I forgot my manners. Business should be conducted with sincerity, and I clearly started on the wrong foot. Let me show you what sincerity looks like, Mr. Lawson. Do what you want. I don't think you have anything that would interest me. You might be surprised. The warmth drained from Stane's face, replaced by something harder. But I should mention, if I demonstrate sufficient sincerity and you still refuse to work with me, I'll make sure you understand how arms dealers handle rejection. We're a different breed of businessman. I look forward to finding out. Cade walked straight through the line of suits. They parted for him whether on Stain's signal or out of self-preservation instinct, he didn't know and didn't care. He didn't look back. Whatever candy-coated offer Stain came up with next, Cade's plan was simple: eat the candy and spit the bullet back. Chapter 16. Secrets of the Allspark. Stain's sincerity arrived before Cade did. When he got back to the apartment, a courier was waiting by the front door with 2 black briefcases, identical to the one Tony had given him. Cade didn't need to open them to know what was inside. Palladium. 24 blocks. Twice what Tony had provided. The message was clear: whatever Tony can give you, I'll double it. Cade accepted the briefcases with a warm smile and asked the courier to relay a message. Tell Mr. Stain I appreciate the gesture. But I'll need more palladium. R&D burns through materials fast. He fully intended to bleed Obadiah Stain dry. The man was going to prison or worse within weeks. Everything he had would be seized or frozen. Might as well redirect as much of it as possible before the walls closed in. Cade carried the briefcases down to the basement. And stopped. You've got to be kidding me. The basement's half window, a small glass panel set into the upper wall for ventilation and light, had been smashed in. The frame was bent outward, warped wide enough for an adult to squeeze through. His basement had been broken into. There was almost nothing worth stealing down here. A bare room, no furniture, no electronics. Except for one thing, the energy activator he'd built the night before. A fist-sized hexagonal crystal of perfect, luminous blue, no visible metal, no circuitry. It looked exactly like a flawless sapphire. And it was gone. Some opportunistic thief had crawled through the window, spotted what looked like an enormous gemstone sitting on a shelf, and grabbed it on the off chance it was real. Thieves never left empty-handed. That was universal, not just a Hell's Kitchen tradition. Cade tossed Violet into the air. Find me that thief. Violet transformed mid-flight, watched to armored miniature in a blur of purple-black metal, executed a perfect backflip, and landed in a combat-ready crouch on the basement floor. Even as an intelligence specialist, her physical capabilities were impressive. The landing was flawless. What came next was not. I'm sorry, Commander. Violet straightened up and clasped her hands behind her back. There are no cameras installed in this basement. I have no data on what happened. Cade stared at her. Right. Violet was a hacker. Not a forensic investigator. Without digital feeds, she was as blind as anyone else. Fine. I'll deal with it myself. First things first. The palladium wasn't going to sit around waiting to be stolen too. Cade burned through his all-spark energy and converted 20 of the new blocks into 2 more energy activators. Energy activator zoned, X3. All-spark energy capacity increased by 3,000. Recovery rate, 4 per second. All-spark energy, stage 11, 234/4, 000. Recovery rate, 4 per second. The stolen activator was still registering in his system, still contributing to his capacity total. Whatever distance limitation the Allspark had, the thief hadn't exceeded it yet. Small comfort. He still needed to recover the device. But as the energy cap crossed 4,000, a new entry appeared in the tech tree. Tactical optics cost 800 Allspark energy. Base material, military-grade optical device. Functions, data overlay visual system. When paired with sensory gauntlets, enables gaze lock auto-targeting. Gaze lock consumes 1 Allspark energy per second while active. It's a set bonus? Cade pulled up the sensory gauntlet specs, and sure enough, a new line had been appended to the description. When paired with tactical optics, enables gaze lock auto-targeting. That line hadn't been there before. The Allspark only revealed synergies between equipment once both components were unlocked. Which meant the pulse pistol probably had its own pairing, something Cade hadn't discovered yet because the corresponding tech was still locked. One problem, the tactical optics required a military-grade optical device as a base. Cade didn't have one. Violet, does the Allspark secondary modification have to use the exact base material specified? Can I substitute something close? A regular pair of glasses, maybe? Commander, the Allspark is the source of our life force, but it isn't omnipotent. Violet shifted into lecture mode. Its energy functions more as an enhancement, amplifying and transforming the existing capabilities of a mechanical base. That's why my specialization is data intrusion and intelligence analysis. The watch I was created from was already a sophisticated surveillance device. So if I activated a wrench, would I get a repair specialist robot? Commander, please don't experiment recklessly. Activation requires what's called an energy circuit, a functional electronic pathway within the base object. Without one, the all-spark energy has nothing to work with. Energy circuit? What's that? Violet hesitated. I apologize, Commander. That information is classified within the all-spark's deeper architecture. My access level isn't high enough to retrieve the details. She paused. However, I would strongly recommend activating a technology specialist unit as soon as possible. A research-focused Cybertronian could help you utilize the Allspark far more efficiently than I can. Research-focused, so I'd need something like a supercomputer? The kind they use in labs for simulation and modeling. Cade thought it through. Those machines were enormous, the processing cores alone filled entire warehouses. If activating Violet's watch had cost 768 energy, a supercomputer would probably require more than his current capacity could handle. And machines like that cost hundreds of millions of dollars, locked away in government labs and corporate research facilities. The Allspark wasn't making this easy. Whoever or whatever had granted him this power clearly didn't intend for the ride to be comfortable. He dug through the Allspark's information architecture for a while longer but found nothing new. The system was deliberately opaque. Answers came when the Allspark decided to give them, not when Cade went looking. Honk! 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 A car horn blasted through the neighborhood with the subtlety of an air raid siren, loud enough to rattle windows and probably stop a few elderly hearts. Upstairs, Mrs. Cardenas threw open her window and unleashed a torrent of heavily accented English that could have peeled paint off a battleship. The woman had lungs like a drill sergeant. Violet's head perked up. She started toward the broken window to investigate. Don't bother, Cade said, rubbing his temples. I sent Blitz to pick up a set of military binoculars. He's not exactly the subtle type. Chapter 17. Tracking the thief. Cade stepped outside to find a gleaming SUV parked directly in front of the building, horn blasting on a loop, except now it wasn't random honking anymore. Blitz had switched to playing We Will Rock You through his horn at a volume that could shatter fillings. Mrs. Cardenas, who'd been screaming obscenities 30 seconds ago, went quiet. Then she started clapping along from her window. Within a minute, half the street had come out to watch. People were singing, clapping the rhythm. A group of teenagers started stomping on the pavement. The whole block had turned into an impromptu Queen concert, and Blitz, an unmanned SUV with no visible driver, was conducting it through his horn. Cade walked up to the vehicle with the expression of a man seriously reconsidering his life choices. He opened the rear door, unloaded a crate of military binoculars, then carefully tucked the 2 new energy activators into the trunk. Safer in Blitz than sitting on a shelf in a basement with a broken window. He slammed the door. Hard. Like the car had personally wronged him. Commander, sir? I was just trying to build goodwill with your neighbors. Blitz protested through the Allspark link. An unmanned SUV blasting music outside my apartment does not build goodwill. But they loved it. Did you hear the singing? That was communal bonding, Commander. I fostered communal bonding. Cade briefly considered whether he could return Blitz for a refund. Or dismantle him. Or at least trade him in for a less embarrassing model. Stage 1 allowed 3 Cybertronian units. If one of those slots was occupied by a robot whose primary contribution was noise complaints, maybe it could be freed up for something useful. Blitz, sensing the hostility, executed 2 rapid drifts and fled towards Stark Tower at speed. Tony's lab had the best motor oil, precision gears, and someone who actually appreciated Blitz's company. In the days he'd spent assisting Tony's research, Blitz had developed what he described as a refined palate for premium lubricants. He also claimed he'd put on weight. Back in the basement. Door locked. Cade took one of the binoculars from the crate and pushed all spark energy into it. The optics device shifted, panels folding, lenses flattening, housing compressing. The transformation was intricate, nano-level material conversion reshaping every component. When it finished, the binoculars had become A pair of black-framed glasses. Cade stared at them for several seconds. I look like Clark Kent. He put them on. Nothing at first. Just the world through a pair of plain lenses. Then the overlay activated and the basement exploded into light. Holy numbers. Everywhere. Colors, vectors, data strings, cascading across his field of vision like a digital aurora. For a moment it was overwhelming, like staring into a kaleidoscope made of pure information. Holy shit. Then he got control of it. The display responded to his thoughts, dimming, filtering, organizing itself into clean layers that he could push forward or suppress at will. He pulled his apartment keys from his pocket and focused. Every serration on the key was measured, angle, depth, width. The overlay tagged the material composition, surface temperature, visual distance, and color spectrum. When he focused harder, the image zoomed, magnifying the key 30 times over until every scratch and nick on the metal surface was visible. He blinked. The display switched to black and white, an X-ray mode that stripped away surfaces and showed structural outlines. The key became a wireframe sketch floating in the dark. He blinked again. Color blocks in red, green, and blue thermal imaging. The key glowed faintly warm where his fingers had been holding it. This is incredible. The applications were staggering. Auto-adjusting zoom alone would be revolutionary, goodbye to every vision problem on Earth. The X-ray function could detect concealed weapons, hidden compartments, structural weaknesses. Thermal would pick up body heat through walls, track footprints, spot traps before they triggered. Cade spent several minutes panning around the basement, testing modes, grinning like a kid with a new toy. Then he looked down at the floor. And stopped. Faint marks on the concrete. Barely visible, impossible to see with the naked eye. He switched to thermal. There. Footprints. Not visible as prints, no mud, no dirt. But the thermal overlay showed micro-variations in floor temperature, spots that were fractionally cooler than the surrounding concrete. The shape was unmistakable. Water on his feet, Cade murmured. The liquid's long gone, but the evaporative cooling left a temperature signature. The thief's trail. Already fading, another few minutes and the temperature differential would vanish entirely, even from the optics. Cade moved. He followed the prints out through the broken window and into the alley behind the building. The trail led down a narrow side street, mercifully empty, no foot traffic to contaminate the readings. Left turn. Right turn. Another left. 100 meters of zigzagging through Hell's Kitchen's back passages. Then the trail went cold. Cade looked up. He'd followed the prints to what passed for a communal garbage dump, a dead-end lot between abandoned buildings, piled with refuse, stinking of rot. Puddles of filthy water covered the ground. In this mess, thermal footprints were meaningless. Everything was the same temperature, the same chaos. He switched to X-ray. Black and white. Wireframes. The garbage piles were clean, nothing hidden in the trash. The walls of the surrounding buildings showed nothing unusual. Normal structures, normal materials. Then his gaze crossed a manhole cover in the center of the lot. The optics flagged an anomaly. Beneath the cover, underneath, not on top, there was a lock. A padlock securing the cover from the inside. That made zero sense. If you were worried about someone stealing a manhole cover, you locked it from above. Locking it from below meant it could only be opened from inside the sewer. Someone had sealed this entrance specifically to prevent access from the surface. Hell's Kitchen, Cade said. Never boring. The X-ray's penetration maxed out at about a meter of solid material. He could see the lock, the cover, and a short section of the drainage shaft below, but nothing beyond that. Whatever was down there was deeper than the optics could reach. Cade extended his right arm. Silver-gray plates rippled out from the bracelet, encasing his hand and forearm in the sensory gauntlet. He hooked 2 fingers through the manhole cover's drainage slot and pulled. Metal shrieked. The padlock's shackle snapped like a twig. The cover came free in a shower of rust and grime. A smell hit him that nearly sent his dinner back up. Right. He looked down into the darkness. I really hope Stark Industries covers dry cleaning. He dropped into the sewer. Chapter 18. The sewer nest. Cade didn't bother with the ladder. He jumped. 10 meters straight down. For a man with ordinary human physiology, no super soldier serum, no radioactive spider bite, no mystical martial arts, that kind of drop meant 2 shattered legs. But halfway down he thrust both hands against the concrete wall. The sensory gauntlets bit into the surface like claws, gouging deep furrows and throwing sparks in their wake. The friction bled off his momentum in a screaming shower of light, and he landed on the sewer floor hard but intact. The smell hit him like a wall. Rotten, wet, organic, the specific flavor of Hell's Kitchen's underground plumbing baking in summer heat. Cade had operated in worse environments in his previous life. He'd survive. Stealth wasn't an option. Ripping a manhole cover off its hinges had announced his arrival to anyone within 100 meters. Better to move fast and hit hard than creep around pretending he hadn't made enough noise to wake the dead. The tactical optics shifted, the world turned a washed-out green as night vision activated. The sewer was abandoned. No standing water, no slime, just dry concrete and old dust. Disused for years, maybe longer. Cade scanned the ground and found footprints almost immediately. Fresh. Recent. In a place no one had any legitimate reason to visit. He followed them at a jog. The tunnel system was simpler than he'd expected, wide passages, few branches. 2 turns and he was there. A room. 20 square meters, maybe, an alcove branching off the main tunnel, dry and surprisingly clean by sewer standards. Someone lived here. A computer sat on a makeshift desk, cobbled together from scavenged parts, none of them younger than a decade. A sofa that had once been beige and was now a uniform black. A thin blanket that wouldn't keep a cat warm. On the desk, food wrappers from discount supermarket cookies, the kind marked down because they'd already expired. Under the desk, a portable generator, wired to the computer, and a single bare light bulb. Self-sufficient. Miserable. Cade stopped at the entrance and switched to X-ray. Behind the sofa, curled up small enough to be invisible in the dark, was a thin figure clutching a cracked baseball bat. Incredibly thin. The kind of thin that came from not eating enough for long enough. They'd wedged themselves into the gap between the sofa and the wall, waiting for Cade to walk past so they could swing for his head. Cade had come down here ready to beat a thief senseless. But looking at this, the expired food, the generator powering a junk computer, the blanket that was more whole than fabric, the anger drained out of him. He stayed in the doorway. "I know you're behind the sofa," he said. "And I can see the baseball bat. Here's the deal, give me back what you took from my apartment and I walk away. No police. No trouble. But if that bat comes anywhere near my head, the deal's off. Sound fair?" The figure behind the sofa went rigid. The hands holding the bat were trembling. "I have a gun," Cade added. "I'm not going to use it. So if you're smart, hand over my property and we're done." Slowly, the figure stood up. A girl. Young, hard to tell exactly how old under the grime and the tangled hair, but not much past her teens. Dark t-shirt chosen because it didn't show dirt. Thin enough that the word malnourished wasn't strong enough. A kid. Living alone in a sewer under Hell's Kitchen, surviving on stolen scraps and expired food. "You can see me?" She sounded more surprised by that than by the armed man who'd just dropped into her home. "It's pitch black in here." "Expensive glasses," Cade said. She laughed, a short, involuntary sound that surprised them both. Then the tension snapped back into place. "Like I said, I just want my stuff back. You don't need to be scared." The girl watched him for a long moment, measuring the distance between them. Then she backed away slowly until she was far enough to feel safe, set the baseball bat down and dragged a small box out from a corner. She kicked it across the floor to Cade's feet. "Everything I took is in there." She immediately picked up the bat again and retreated to her corner. Cade flicked his wrist. The sensory gauntlet deployed its blade with a sharp snick, and the girl flinched hard enough to nearly drop the bat. He wasn't threatening her. He'd lost a teammate to a booby-trapped case during a drug raid in his previous life, a spring-loaded mechanism that had cost the man an eye. Cade didn't think this girl was dangerous, but he hadn't survived 2 lifetimes by being careless. He used the blade to flip T. He box open from arm's length. Inside, loose change, a ring of keys, and what looked like salvaged computer components. Nothing blue. Nothing glowing. No energy activator. Cade frowned. "This isn't what I'm looking for. I'm talking about a blue stone sapphire about the size of a fist. Stolen from a basement apartment at 17th and 42nd, Hell's Kitchen. Today. Recently." "A blue sapphire?" The girl's confusion looked genuine. "I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't left here all day." "Right. And these coins are from your savings account." Those are from men who hide cash under their mattresses. I'm just punishing dishonesty. She crossed her arms defiantly. I have principles. Cade almost laughed. Principles. A sewer-dwelling teenage thief who exclusively targeted husbands hiding money from their wives. He spared a moment of sympathy for every henpecked man in Hell's Kitchen. He wasn't an investigator, he couldn't tell if she was lying by her face alone. But the tactical optics had already X-rayed the entire room. Every corner, every surface, the walls, the floor, the space behind the generator. The activator wasn't here. The room was too small to hide anything from a full-spectrum scan. So either she was telling the truth, or she'd already moved it somewhere he couldn't detect. Where the hell was his activator? Look, the girl said, lowering the bat slightly. If you believe me, I can help you find it. Chapter 19, Scheming. If you believe me, the girl said, I can help you find it. You? How? I've got cameras set up in the tunnels. If someone came through here, they'd be on my footage. You tracked me down, so whoever took your stuff is probably local, one of the other light fingers. I can check who's been moving around today. Light fingers? It's what we call ourselves. Because we only take small things. Nothing expensive. She paused. And there are more people down here than you'd think. Cade was quiet for a moment. 10 meters above his head, Manhattan was happening. Taxis, restaurants, office buildings, a million people complaining about rent they could still afford to pay. And down here this. A community of people living in an abandoned sewer, stealing scraps to survive, calling themselves light fingers like it was a professional title. He pushed the thought away. He wasn't powerful enough to afford sympathy yet. If you can help, I'd appreciate it. The girl smiled, cautious, wanting to seem cooperative, and walked over to the generator. She grabbed the crank handle and started cranking with both hands, putting her full weight into it. She knew the rhythm well. This was clearly a daily routine. But she was too thin for the work. By the time the generator sputtered to life, she was breathing hard. The light bulb flickered on, filling the room with a dim yellow glow. And now Cade noticed something he'd missed in the dark, a small fishbowl sitting on the desk. The goldfish inside was floating belly up. The girl caught him looking. She quickly shoved the bowl into a drawer. I just forgot to feed him today. Cade said nothing. She booted the computer. It took an agonizing 30 seconds for the ancient machine to wheeze to life, and rattled the keyboard with practiced speed. Several grainy video feeds popped up on the blocky CRT monitor. The cameras run on batteries, she explained, fingers moving as she talked. I modified the internals to cut power consumption. That's why the resolution's so low. She glanced at Cade with a look of unmistakable pride, a girl who couldn't resist showing off what she knew. Cade obliged. That's impressive. You taught yourself. Downloaded a tutorial. I've got Wi-Fi down here I tapped into. She caught herself. Anyway, here's today's footage. The feed showed the tunnel directly below the manhole, the main entry point. On screen, Cade could see himself dropping through the opening. Why is this so blurry? He asked. I literally just explained that. Low power mode. Come closer if you can't see. Cade sat down in front of the computer and started scrubbing through the timeline, looking for anyone else who'd passed through the entry point today. He'd been watching for maybe 5 seconds when he heard rapid footsteps behind him. He didn't turn around. He already knew. The girl had bolted. The moment his attention was on the screen, she'd run, exactly as planned. The cameras, the helpful act, the invitation to sit down. All of it engineered to put his back to the door. Clever girl. Nobody survived Hell's Kitchen sewers by being simple. But Cade didn't chase her. He reached for the watch on his wrist and pulled a thin USB cable from Violet's chassis, plugging it into the computer. Violet. Download everything. Yes, Commander. 10 seconds. The hard drive screamed, a grinding, rattling death rattle that suggested the machine was being asked to do more in 10 seconds than it had done in its entire operational life. When Violet retracted the cable, the computer tower emitted a thin plume of acrid smoke and went dark. Now take over her cameras. All of them. Find her. Violet hadn't just copied the hard drive. During the 10-second extraction, she'd also identified and hijacked every camera the girl had installed in the tunnel network. The feeds now routed directly to Cade's tactical optics, still blurry, but Violet's processing cleaned them up enough to track human silhouettes. The girl was thin and weak. She hadn't gotten far. But she was smart, taking corners, doubling back, exploiting Cade's unfamiliarity with the sewer layout. Under normal circumstances, it would have worked. With a surveillance network feeding live positions to his glasses, Cade ran her down in under a minute. She'd gone to ground in another alcove, dirtier than the first, with a smell that was distinctly chemical. Weed. Someone was smoking in here, or had been recently. Cade stopped at the corner and activated X-ray. 2 figures. And on the table between them, a hexagonal crystal glowing faintly blue even through the wall. His activator. He could also hear them arguing. Daisy, I told you to put it back. The owner tracked me down, he's not normal. He found my place in the dark, he sees through walls, and he has a gun. Sky, I didn't do this for me. This is our way out. We sell this stone and we have enough money to rent a real place. Above ground. With walls and a door. You know what happened to Jackie? She just vanished. No body, no note. People are disappearing down here and I am not waiting around to be next. Cade stepped out of the shadows. Sorry to interrupt. But I'm in a hurry. Both girls froze. In the light, such as it was, Cade could see the second girl clearly now. Stockier than Sky, with a round face and wide, frightened eyes. The activator sat on the table, right where the X-ray had shown it. Cade reached for it. Daisy grabbed a bottle from the floor. Don't touch it. I'll crack your skull open. Her hands were shaking so badly the bottle was vibrating. Whatever courage she had, it was running on fumes. I'm sorry about your situation, Cade said. But put that down. Now. He drew the M1911 from behind his back. Daisy set the bottle down immediately. Fine. Take it. No arguments. Cade pocketed the activator. He started to leave, then stopped. Nobody's born to live in a sewer, he said, without turning around. If you want help, go to Nelson and Murdoch, attorneys at law. There are people there who'd be happy to help you get out of this. He meant it. These 2 were thieves, but they were thieves because the alternative was starving in a drainage pipe. Matt Murdoch, both the lawyer and the man behind the mask, was exactly the kind of person who'd fight to get 2 girls like this off the street. Or in this case, out from under it. He'd taken 3 steps toward the tunnel exit when the sound hit. Boom. 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 Heavy. Rhythmic. Something enormous pounding through the tunnels. The concrete under his feet vibrated. Commander, Violet said. 2 cameras just went offline. Something destroyed them. A blurred image appeared on the tactical optics, captured in the half-second before the camera died. A massive silhouette. Vaguely humanoid. Wrong proportions. Too big for the tunnel. Cade turned back to Sky and Daisy, both of whom had gone white. You said people have been disappearing down here? Chapter 20. The monster that wouldn't die. You said people have been disappearing down here? 5 that I know of, Sky said. Daisy shrugged. Dealers, muggers, rapists. Not exactly a loss. Cade bit back the urge to point out that a pickpocket living in a sewer didn't have much room to judge. But kicking someone's last shred of self-respect felt unnecessary. The booming was getting louder. The camera feeds on his optics showed whatever it was heading straight for them. Cade drew his pistol. Both girls flinched. Relax. Stay here. Whatever you hear, don't come out. He left the alcove and walked toward the sound. Once he was out of the girl's line of sight, the sensory gauntlets deployed, silver-gray metal rippling from bracelet to elbow on both arms. Then he pressed the M1911 flat between his palms and pushed all spark energy into it. The pistol dissolved and reformed, steel and gunpowder replaced by white composite casing and glowing blue pulse channels. The Colt was gone. The pulse pistol was back. Against an unknown creature in a confined space, he wanted the best weapon he had. The tactical optics fed him a constant stream of data, night vision overlaying the tunnel in green, distance markers tagging every wall, pipe, and junction. He saw the thing before it saw him. X-ray picked up its outline around the corner, massive, humanoid but wrong, moving on 2 legs with a gait that was too fast for something that size. It came around the bend. A lizard. That was the only word for it. 8 feet tall, covered in dark green scales, with a jaw full of teeth and claws that gouged the concrete with every step. It was wearing a white coat, a lab coat torn and stretched across its enormous frame, which would have been absurd if the rest of it weren't so terrifying. Cade didn't hesitate. He didn't try to talk to it, reason with it, or search for the tortured human soul trapped inside the monster. That was Professor Xavier's job, a man who could freeze his enemies in place and then leisurely read their minds. Cade didn't have that luxury. What he had was a gun and a lifetime of training that said, if the target isn't human, shoot first. The pulse pistol's muzzle lit up blue. The first burst caught the lizard square in the head, 5 rounds of pulse energy detonating on impact with the force of small grenades. The creature's skull snapped back, flesh tearing, scales shattering. But it didn't die. Its arms came up to shield its face, impossibly fast, faster than anything that size should move. The remaining rounds hammered into its forearms as Cade emptied the magazine. When the last shot fired, the damage report was ugly but not fatal. One arm blown apart at the elbow, the other shredded to the bone, and a massive crater in the side of its head. And the wounds were already closing. The destroyed arm was regrowing. Muscle fibers knitting together, scales forming over raw flesh. By the time the pulse pistol finished its recharge cycle, the lizard had recovered most of the damage. Cade opened fire again. This time the creature launched itself upward, claws digging into the sewer ceiling, scaling the concrete like an insect. It charged at Cade from above, upside down, jaws wide. This was not a smart decision. A fully recharged pulse pistol tore the ceiling apart around it, chunks of concrete raining down, support structures cracking. The lizard grabbed at the disintegrating surface, caught nothing but rubble, and crashed to the floor in a heap. "I've never understood why monsters climb walls in movies," Cade said, already firing again. "It's slower than running." The tunnel became a war zone. Pulse rounds detonated in rapid succession, the concussive blasts echoing through the concrete tubes until the air itself seemed to vibrate. Dust and pulverized stone filled the passage like fog. The magazine ran dry. Through the haze, the tactical optics showed the lizard lying motionless on the ground. Cade reloaded. Kept shooting. He wasn't stupid. Every Ice-Sky protagonist who'd ever been killed by a dead enemy was a cautionary tale burned into his memory. Playing dead was the oldest trick in the book, and Cade intended to keep firing until there was nothing left to play dead with. The sewer was reinforced concrete. It could take a nuclear test, let alone pulse rounds. He'd keep going until the thing was vapor. If the lizard turned out to be like Deadpool, capable of regenerating from a single surviving cell, then Cade would accept his loss gracefully. Losing to a cheater wasn't shameful. The lizard was playing dead. But it had apparently never encountered someone willing to keep shooting a corpse with this level of enthusiasm. After the third full magazine cratered its body, it let out a roar of pain and rage and bolted. Still bleeding, still regenerating, but running at a speed that should have been impossible for something that badly injured. 3 full magazines, Cade muttered, staring after it. That would have scrapped a tank. What are you made of, Soviet steel? He started to pursue, then heard footsteps behind him. Sky and Daisy had come out to watch. "I told you to stay put." What was that thing?" Sky asked, eyes wide. "Nothing. Just a gecko. Big one." Both girls looked at the tunnel behind him, the walls cratered and scorched, chunks of ceiling on the floor, the air thick with concrete dust. The aftermath looked like someone had fired an RPG into a parking garage. Neither of them believed a word of it. "Look, it's not safe here. I'd strongly suggest you leave. Soon." He turned and followed the blood trail. The lizard bled green. Bright, vivid green, splattered across the concrete in thick streaks that glowed faintly under the optics-enhanced spectrum. Easy to follow. The creature had been too badly hurt to be careful about its retreat. 200 meters. 300. The tunnel system twisted and branched, but the blood never lied. Left turn, right turn, through a junction, down a slope. The environment changed. The abandoned, dry sections gave way to active sewer lines, the air thickening with the smell of everything a city flushed away and forgot about. The floor was slick with dark water and things Cade refused to identify. He kept his expression blank and pushed forward. After several more turns, the blood trail vanished. The wounds had healed. Completely. The lizard's regeneration had caught up with the damage. Cade stood in a passage so dark that even the optics struggled to render useful detail. Night vision painted the space in washed-out green, a large chamber, maybe 50 square meters, where several tunnel lines converged. No lizard. But the chamber wasn't empty. Dozens of points of light stared back at him from the darkness. Not reflections. Not bioluminescence. Green. Bright green. Arranged in pairs. Eyes. Dozens of them. Chapter 21. An unexpected harvest. Dozens of green points of light, scattered across the darkness like fireflies. In a place like this they weren't beautiful, they were deeply, profoundly wrong. Cade zoomed in with the tactical optics. Not fireflies. Rats. Enormous rats, each one the size of a house cat, hairless and covered in overlapping scales that looked more reptilian than mammalian. Their eyes glowed a dim, sickly green, the same green as the lizard's blood. Cade didn't need anyone to explain the connection. These things were related to the creature he'd just fought. Offspring, test subjects, byproducts, it didn't matter. Same family tree. The mutant rats weren't smart enough to be afraid. The moment they registered Cade's presence, they shrieked and charged. They were fast. Terrifyingly fast. Each leap covered several meters and they could jump chest-high on a grown man. Dozens of them coming from every direction at once, a wave of scaled bodies and green eyes. By any reasonable assessment, Cade, a man with baseline human reflexes, shouldn't have been able to handle this. All spark equipment or not, no one could aim and fire at 20 targets converging from all angles simultaneously. But Cade had something no human marksman had ever possessed. The tactical optics and sensory gauntlets flared blue in unison, twin pulses of light in the pitch-black sewer. Gaze lock activated. Cade's hands began to shake. Not from fear. The sensory gauntlets were vibrating at a frequency no human wrist could produce, the magnetic field adjusting the pulse pistol's aim dozens of times per second, pulling the barrel fractionally left, right, up, down, synchronized perfectly with the targeting data flooding from the optics into the gauntlets. All Cade had to do was keep his eyes open. The optics tracked every rat in his field of vision, calculating velocity, trajectory, distance, and kinetic energy in real time, and the gauntlets did the rest. Aim. Fire. Adjust. Fire. Adjust. Fire. The first 7 rats the T leaped were blown backward by a wall of pulse energy, each round finding its mark despite the insane rate of correction. Before they hit the ground, the pistol was already sweeping downward, tracing a jagged line of explosions across the floor that turned the ground-level charge into a carpet of shredded meat. 2 seconds. Over 10 adjustments per second. Every shot a hit. No human being alive could do that. Not the best sniper in the world, not even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Hawkeye with his bow. But 3 pieces of all-spark technology working in concert, optics calculating, gauntlets aiming, pistol firing, turned an ordinary man into something that looked very much like a superhuman. The cost, 2 seconds of not blinking and 2 points of all-spark energy. The pulse pistol kept firing. The remaining rats died in waves, each burst precise, each target tagged and eliminated before it could close the distance. 10 seconds. 32 mutant rats. 0 survivors. Huh. Cade lowered the pistol. I guess I'm basically a metahuman now. On closer inspection, the rats' regeneration was almost as aggressive as the lizards'. Several that had been blown clean in half were still twitching, their severed bodies trying to reconnect. Cade stamped one flat under his boot. That stopped the regeneration. That level of healing factor. He filed it away and moved on, stepping through the carnage toward the far end of the passage. Dead end. But not a sewer dead end. This was something else entirely. A laboratory. 300 square meters of renovated underground space, walls reinforced, ceiling sealed, the filth of the sewer replaced by clean tile and fluorescent lighting. Banks of computers lined one wall, decades more advanced than Sky's scavenged junk upstairs. A refrigerated cabinet held rows of labeled vials, each filled with a vivid green liquid. In the far corner, a sealed, sterile clean room with observation glass. Someone had spent serious money building this. And lying on the floor of the lab, unconscious, was a tall, thin man in a shredded white coat. One of his arms was missing, the sleeve empty, the stump raw and fresh. In his remaining hand he still clutched a syringe filled with green fluid. The lizard. Back in human form. The serum's effects had worn off and the transformation had reversed, leaving behind a one-armed scientist passed out on his own lab floor. Somebody spent a fortune on this place, Cade said, walking in. He pried the syringe from the man's hand first. Safety before curiosity. Checked the pulse, alive, just unconscious. Cade found some electrical cable, cut it free and bound the man's remaining arm and both legs to a support beam. Tight. Professional. Violet. Copy everything. I want to know who this guy is. Violet transformed from watch to miniature robot, dropped to the desk, and drove her fingers directly into the computer's data port. Every screen in the lab lit up, cascading data, cell diagrams, molecular structures, experiment logs flooding across the monitors in a torrent. Several minutes passed before she withdrew. Download complete, Commander. The research appears to be focused on extracting and replicating biological self-healing genes. Some of the specialized data is beyond my analytical capability. I'd need a research-focused unit to fully decode it. But based on the experiment logs, the serum produces a severe side effect. Anyone who uses it will turn into a monster, said a voice from behind them. Cade turned. The man on the floor was awake, watching them with exhausted eyes. Morning. Cade glanced at one of the monitors, which was still displaying the researcher's profile. Dr. Connors, is it? Or do you prefer I call you Godzilla? It was an accident, Connors said. An accident you've apparently got no plans to stop. Cade nodded toward the refrigerated cabinet, dozens of vials of green serum, neatly arranged, clearly not a one-time mistake. Cade studied the man's face. Faint traces of green still lingered beneath the skin, the last remnants of the transformation fading like a bruise. This trip into the sewers had started as a search for a stolen crystal. It was turning into something much bigger. Who are you? Connors asked, staring at Violet's miniature armored form perched on his computer. Chapter 22, Osborne's Who Am I? Sorry, Doc, you don't get to ask questions yet. Cade crouched in front of Connors. Let's talk about your research. Are you building a bioweapon? No. Connor's eyes went wide. It's a healing agent. I'm close to eliminating the side effects entirely. This could be a revolutionary breakthrough, a drug that repairs any external injury, including growing back a missing arm. Cade nodded toward Connor's empty sleeve. That's been my life's work, Connor said quietly. Cade was silent for a moment. I had a squad mate, he said. EOD specialist. Tripwire bomb took both arms above the elbow. 3 years later, he still dreamed about his hands every night. And every time his son threw a ball at him, he'd twitch, try to lift arms that ended at the bicep. What happened to him? Switched careers. Went into prosthetics research. Built himself a pair of mechanical arms that worked well enough to play catch. Made it just before the kid turned 10. Cade paused. By then the boy had moved on to video games. Didn't really want to play catch anymore. That's a sad story, Connor said. Seems like you've been making a few of your own. People have been disappearing down here. Gone without a trace. Connors flinched. Those were accidents. When the side effects take over my mind, I lose control. And they attacked me first. In fairness, if I saw a 9-foot lizard in a sewer, I'd probably take a swing too. Looking like that and expecting a warm welcome is on you. Connors had nothing to say to that. But here's the silver lining, Cade said. The people you killed? Apparently all scum. Dealers, muggers, worse. So you're saying I didn't do anything wrong? No. I'm saying you're lucky. Because it means I don't have a reason to put you down. Cade had no grudge against Connors. And he had no mandate from S.H.I.E.L.D. to eliminate the man. What he did have was interest in the research. A healing serum, even one with catastrophic side effects, could be invaluable in an emergency. Especially for Tony. The shrapnel surgery was coming, and even with strange skill and Oscorp's nanosurgical tools, the success rate wasn't guaranteed. Cade needed a backup plan. A drug that could repair tissue damage in real time could be the difference between Tony walking out of the operating room and Tony not walking out at all. So, Cade said. Congratulations. You work for me now. Commander, I don't believe this man will offer loyalty willingly. Violet raised one slender arm. Her hand folded inward, reconfigured, and extended outward again as a miniature cannon barrel aimed directly at Connor's kneecap. Shall I put an arrow in his knee? That tends to inspire cooperation. Connor stared at the tiny robot pointing a weapon at him. What are you going to do, turn me into one of those things? Bang! The refrigerator cabinet's glass door exploded. Violet had fired without hesitation, not at Connors but close enough to make the point. Watch your mouth, sewer lizard, Violet said, her voice flat and cold. I have 100 ways to make you wish you could swallow your own tongue. Cade waved her down. Easy. Let's keep this civil. Violet's cannon folded back into a hand. Cade turned back to Connors. Doctor, I'll be blunt. You work for me now. You finish perfecting your serum, eliminate the side effects, make it safe for human use. In return, I guarantee your safety, I keep your secret, and I supply you with whatever materials you need for your research. If you refuse. Cade let the pause stretch. There are 5 dead people in these tunnels. I'd have to make sure you answer for that. So I'm your slave, Connors said flatly. Don't flatter yourself. I want the drug. Not the man. Connor's jaw tightened. He was already calculating, play along, wait for an opening, inject the serum when Cade's guard was down and tear him apart. It was written all over his face. Cade slipped one of the metal bracelets off his wrist and clamped it onto the stump of Connor's missing arm. A gift. Consider it an advance on your salary. He snapped his fingers. The bracelet erupted, silver-gray plates unfolding, extending, branching into segments and joints. In seconds, Connor's stump was encased in a fully articulated mechanical arm, from shoulder to fingertip. The sensory gauntlet, repurposed as a prosthetic limb. Connor stared at it. He tried to move the fingers, stiff at first, jerky, like learning to write with the wrong hand. But the gauntlet adapted. It read the residual muscle signals in his stump, mapped the patterns, and within a minute the movements were smooth. He clenched a fist. Opened it. Clenched again. At this rate, 2 or 3 days of practice would make the arm indistinguishable from a real one. If he'd had this technology a year ago, he never would have injected himself with lizard DNA. Now, Cade said, about that serum. Connors looked at his new arm. Then at the rack of green vials. If you're thinking about running, Cade continued, or about jabbing yourself with that serum and coming after me, the arm you're wearing answers to me. Every piece of Allspark equipment does. He paused to let that sink in. Violet doesn't sleep. She'll be monitoring you through that bracelet 24 hours a day. And you've already seen her temper. The mechanical arm twitched, just once involuntarily, as if to confirm the point. I'll send research materials in a few days. This lab is too good to waste. Make yourself comfortable. Cade took several vials of the green serum from the ruined refrigerator, pocketed them carefully, and left. Behind him, Connor sat alone in his underground laboratory, flexing his new metal fingers. He reached for a vial of serum with his remaining human hand. Held it up to the light. The green liquid caught the fluorescent glow. He stared at it for a long time. Then he put it back. Sky and Daisy were gone. Their alcove was empty, blanket, fishbowl and all. The explosions had apparently been the final push they needed to abandon the sewers for good. But on the desk, stuck to the dead computer monitor, was a handwritten note. You owe me for the computer and the cameras. I will collect. Cade smiled, pocketed the note, and climbed out of the sewer. The sunlight hit him like a revelation. He peeled off his reeking jacket and started walking home, desperately in need of a shower and a change of clothes. Commander, Violet said. Norman Osborne has accepted your meeting request. Great. When? A pause. Now. Cade looked down at himself. He was covered in sewer water, concrete dust, mutant rat blood, and something green he refused to identify. He smelled like Hell's Kitchen's plumbing had come to life and died on his shirt. The meeting with the CEO of Oscorp Industries was right now. Chapter 23, Stunt Driving. You're telling me the Oscorp CEO wants to see me right now? I'm afraid so, Commander. You said to arrange the meeting as soon as possible, so when I submitted the request, I indicated any time would work. Mr. Osborne's secretary just confirmed he has a 20-minute window before a flight to Washington. After that, he won't be back in New York for a month. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Oscorp Tower was on the other side of Manhattan. In traffic, that was a 30-minute drive on a good day. And Cade had just crawled out of a sewer. He smelled like something that had died inside something else that had also died. No time for deliberation. Cade sprinted home. He showered in the 90-second combat wash he'd perfected during his years in the military, water on, soap everywhere, rinse done. Threw on clean clothes. Ran downstairs. Blitz was already waiting at the curb. Whatever else could be said about the SUV's personality, he was reliable when it counted. Cade threw himself into the driver's seat and grabbed the wheel, not to steer but out of habit. Blitz did the driving. Oscorp Tower. We have about 15 minutes. Relax, Commander. Sit back and enjoy the show. The engine roared. The tires screamed. The seat slammed into Cade's spine as Blitz launched from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in what felt like 1.5 seconds. Music filled the cabin, but not the electronic dance beats Cade expected. A thundering guitar riff exploded from the speakers, followed by a voice that sounded like it was gargling gravel and whiskey. AC/DC. Thunderstruck. Except Blitz had remixed it. The verses were intact, but between every chorus he'd spliced in air horn blasts and what sounded like a didgeridoo solo that absolutely did not exist in the original recording. Blitz, what the hell is this? I call it the Outback Combat Mix, Commander. It's my own arrangement. It's a crime against music is what it is. But there was no time to argue because the first red light was 200 meters ahead and closing fast. At Blitz's current speed, they'd reach the intersection in seconds. The traffic was backed up in both lanes, a solid wall of cars stretching through the light. Blitz, we can't stop. Find a way through. Absolutely, Commander. Have you ever heard of a little maneuver I invented? Is it called the cyclone charge tornado spin? Violet interjected. No. It's my original technique, the lateral passage. Watch and learn. A sharp jolt rocked the left side of the SUV, like hitting a curb at exactly the right angle, at exactly the right speed. The left wheels lifted off the pavement. The vehicle tilted, hanging at a 45-degree angle balanced entirely on its right side tires. And kept going. From the outside, it looked like an SUV had spontaneously decided to stand on two wheels and thread itself through a gap between two lanes of bumper-to-bumper traffic at 150 kilometers an hour. Two-wheel driving was a stunt show trick, something performed under controlled conditions by professionals with safety rigs and ambulances on standby. Nobody in human history had been insane enough to use it to skip a red light in Manhattan. Blitz wasn't human. The gap between the two lanes of stopped cars was impossibly narrow, far too tight for any vehicle to pass through upright. On two wheels tilted sideways, Blitz threaded the needle with centimeters to spare on either side. Mirrors folded in. Speed never dropped. The Guinness record for two-wheel driving was somewhere around 180 clicks. Blitz was pushing 150, and the distance he covered on two wheels blew past any recorded record within the first 5 seconds. Cade, pressed against the tilted cabin wall by gravity, watched dozens of slack-jawed drivers flash past the windows. Blitz reached the head of the queue just as the light turned green. The SUV dropped back onto all four wheels with a bounce that nearly sent Cade through the roof. Outstanding, Cade said and meant it. Blitz, you beautiful maniac. Ha. Beat that cyclone whatever it was. Fine, Violet conceded. That was adequate. But your music library is still a disaster. Have you considered Hatsune Miku? Or perhaps some classic anime openings? Blitz cut her off by switching tracks. The cabin filled with a soaring, triumphant chorus, Born to be Wild by Steppenwolf, except Blitz had layered in a full brass section and what sounded like a stadium crowd chanting along. Violet gave up. This wasn't a generation gap. This was an irreconcilable cultural divide, a weeb intelligence officer and an Australian muscle car playing chicken over the AUX cable. Cade, for his part, was fairly sure he'd heard this song in a movie once but couldn't place which one. The rest of the drive was smooth. Violet, accepting defeat on the music front, redirected her energy into something useful, hijacking every traffic camera between Hell's Kitchen and Oscorp Tower, mapping real-time traffic flow, and calculating green light intervals down to the second. She fed the optimal route directly to Blitz. Clear roads. Minimal stops. Blitz pushed 200 on the straightaways, weaving between lanes with a precision that would have made a Formula One driver weep. At the Oscorp Tower parking garage, Blitz executed a 90-degree drift that was, and there was no other word for it, beautiful. 4 tires locked, the SUV slid sideways into a parking space with surgical accuracy, leaving 4 perfect arcs of rubber on the concrete. Cade stepped out and checked his watch. 5 minutes early. He straightened his slightly wrinkled shirt, ran a hand through his hair and walked toward the lobby. The drift had not gone unnoticed. Half the parking garage was staring. Oscorp Tower was the kind of place where people in tailored suits discuss stock indices and government fiscal reports, and opening your own car door was considered slightly beneath you. A man arriving in an unmanned SUV that had just performed a Hollywood stunt in the parking structure did not fit the aesthetic. Cade made it to the front entrance before a security guard stepped into his path. Chapter 24, Something's Wrong. The security guard was a big man, ex-military build, close-cropped hair, a jaw like a cinder block. He positioned himself directly in Cade's path and didn't move. "I'm here representing Stark Industries. I have an appointment with Norman Osborne. You can check with the front desk." The guard looked Cade up and down. T-shirt. Jeans. No briefcase, no visitor badge, no suit. "Oscorp Tower has a dress code," the guard said. "Business attire. You're not getting in looking like that." Fair point. Cade's only suit was currently in the wash, sacrificed to sewer water. But the guard's hostility felt disproportionate. He wasn't just enforcing policy. His eyes kept flicking to something behind Cade, quick, nervous glances toward the street. His shoulders were set too tight. "The front desk is right behind you," Cade said evenly. "Takes 10 seconds to verify my appointment." "I said leave." The guard's voice dropped to a snarl. Cade was calculating the minimum force needed to move this man out of his way when a black Mercedes-Benz pulled up to the curb outside the tower. The guard's attention snapped to the car instantly. Every trace of aggression toward Cade vanished, replaced by something that looked a lot like fear. Cade stepped aside. Watched. A tall, broad-shouldered man in a dark suit emerged from the passenger side first. Earpiece. Scanning eyes. Hands held loose and ready. A professional bodyguard, the kind trained to take a bullet for their principal without flinching. The bodyguard checked the perimeter, then opened the rear door. A woman stepped out, mid-30s, conservatively dressed, the practiced calm of a career nanny. In her arms a boy. "Commander," Violet said through the link. "We've seen that child before." Cade didn't recognize the kid immediately. He wasn't great with children's faces. Then the boy spoke. "Teresa, do you think Dad will like my present?" He was clutching a green monster mask, handmade, paint still slightly tacky, clearly his own work. "Mr. Osborne will love it," the nanny said with a warm smile. "But he's leaving again. For a whole month." "It's okay, Harry. Next time he's home, we'll all go to Central Park together." Harry. The WoW convention. The boy with the plastic greatsword. The spinning whirlwind slash. And the thin, pale father who'd sat on the bench and complained about having kids. Norman Osborne's son. Harry Osborne. 6 years old, visiting his father before a month-long business trip. Cade's mind had barely begun connecting the dots when a sound cut through the ambient noise. A gunshot. Suppressed, a flat mechanical thwip that most people wouldn't recognize as a firearm. Cade recognized it instantly. The bodyguard's head snapped sideways. A burst of red mist erupted from his temple. He crumpled, dead before he hit the pavement. Screaming. The nanny grabbed Harry and pulled him against her chest. Cade's eyes were already moving, scanning, tracking, and he found the shooter in under a second. Crouched behind a decorative planter 30 meters away. Suppressed pistol. Professional stance. Cade was reaching for his weapon when someone beat him to it. The security guard, the same one who'd been trying to throw Cade out, launched himself forward in a diving tackle, putting his body between the shooter and the nanny. He was shouting, "Get in the car. The car is armored." Teresa didn't think. She obeyed, muscle memory and panic doing what rational thought couldn't. She threw herself into the back seat with Harry still in her arms and pulled the door shut. The guard took several rounds to the torso but stayed upright. Body armor. No blood. The Mercedes was already moving, pulling away from the curb, accelerating hard. Within seconds it had cleared the tower entrance and was merging into traffic. The shooter, seeing the target vehicle retreating, stopped firing. Instead of pursuing, he turned and sprinted toward the densest cluster of pedestrians, using the crowd as cover. Panicked civilians scattered in every direction. By the time Oscorp's internal security team reached the entrance, the shooter had vanished. From the outside it looked like a botched assassination attempt. One bodyguard dead. One security guard wounded but alive. The target, Harry Osborne, apparently safe inside an armored vehicle. But Cade's instincts were screaming. The guard. The guard who'd been nervous before the shooting started. Who'd tried to get Cade away from the entrance. Who'd known the car was armored. Who'd positioned himself perfectly to direct the nanny into the vehicle. A guard who was expecting this. "Violet," Cade said quietly. Track that Mercedes. Don't lose it for a second. Blitz, follow at distance. Stay out of visual range. Yes, Commander. Both voices in unison. 300 meters back, the unmanned SUV's engine rumbled to life and pulled into traffic. With Violet hijacking S.H.I.E.L.D.'s camera network, losing the Mercedes wasn't a concern. Every traffic camera, intersection feed, and satellite uplink between here and the city limits was now feeding real-time data to Cade's tactical optics. The car should have gone to the nearest police station. Or circled back to Oscorp Tower. Or stopped and waited for backup. It did none of those things. The Mercedes was heading away from Oscorp. Away from any police precinct. Away from safety. Violet ran a route projection. The car was heading toward Hell's Kitchen. Somewhere between Oscorp Tower and the highway, Norman Osborne's phone rang. He answered it. The voice on the other end told him what they had. And what they wanted. Chapter 25. This is your destiny. The call came while Norman Osborne was already en route to the tower. His son had been kidnapped. That's what the voice on the phone told him. Norman's first instinct was to dismiss it, until he tried calling Harry's bodyguard. No answer. The nanny. No answer. Harry's phone. Voicemail. 3 people, all unreachable, all at the same time. That wasn't a coincidence. But the kidnappers didn't ask for money. Instead, they told Norman he had 48 hours to rescue his son. They guaranteed Harry wouldn't be harmed during that window. If, after 48 hours, Norman still hadn't recovered the boy, he would be given a single condition to meet. Refusal meant Harry died. The arrogance was deliberate. This wasn't a ransom, it was a game. They wanted Norman to exhaust every resource, every contact, every favor he'd ever accumulated. They wanted him to feel the full weight of his own helplessness. And when he was broken, when 48 hours of failure had stripped him of everything except desperation, then they'd make their demand. Something he would never agree to under normal circumstances. Norman slammed his fist into the seat hard enough to crack the leather. He forced himself to breathe. He was Norman Osborne. He'd built a billion-dollar empire by thinking clearly when other men panicked. He could do this. The kidnappers didn't want cash. If they did, there'd be no reason for the 48-hour window, they'd just name a number. Assembling large quantities of physical currency in the U.S. was a nightmare anyway. Bills over 50 drew law enforcement attention. You needed 20s, and gathering enough 20s to satisfy a major ransom took days even for someone with Osborne's resources. No. These people wanted leverage. They wanted Norman desperate enough to say yes to something unthinkable. His phone rang again. Norman snatched it up. What else do you want from me? A young voice. Calm. Not the kidnappers. Mr. Osborne, my name is Cade Lawson. I'm a technical consultant with Stark Industries. Norman almost hung up. He didn't have time for a business call. He didn't care how this person had gotten his private number. I'm busy. His thumb was already on the end call button. I have information about your son. Interested? Norman's blood went cold. What did you just say? Is Stark Industries behind this? You people have the nerve to kidnap. Mr. Osborne, slow down. I didn't kidnap anyone. I was standing outside your building when it happened. I was there for our meeting, remember? Your office scheduled it. I just happened to witness the whole thing. Norman's mind raced. The Stark Industries appointment. That was real. His secretary had confirmed it earlier today. A coincidence? It didn't matter. If this man was willing to talk, Norman would listen. You saw the kidnappers? I'm doing better than that. I'm tracking the vehicle right now. I can send you its location whenever you want. Norman didn't trust it. But he couldn't afford to dismiss it either. What do you want in return? Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Cade said. I can send coordinates, but the car is still moving. For Harry's safety, I'd recommend waiting before making any moves. Especially since, the vehicle they used is one of yours. An Oscorp-registered Mercedes. The words hit Norman like a punch. An inside job. Of course. That's why the kidnappers were so confident. That's why they'd offered 48 hours. They had someone inside Oscorp feeding them everything. Norman's calls, his movements, his response. Every countermove would be reported before he could execute it. We should talk in person, Norman said. I don't trust this line. I'm standing outside your building right now. 9 minutes later, a second Mercedes pulled up to the Oscorp Tower entrance. Norman apparently had a fleet of them, though after today, Cade suspected every vehicle and driver in the company would be replaced. Norman Osborne stepped out. He looked 10 years older than the man Cade had met at the convention that morning. His face was gray. His jaw was clenched so tight the tendons in his neck stood out like cables. Cade started toward him and was immediately intercepted by 3 bodyguards who hadn't been part of the original detail. Given that the last bodyguard on this assignment had been shot in the head 20 minutes ago, their hostility was understandable. Norman looked past them, saw Cade, and froze. Recognition. The man from the park bench. "Let him through," Norman ordered. "He's my guest." The bodyguards parted. Cade walked up and extended his hand. "Didn't expect to see you again so soon." "Neither did I." Norman shook Cade's hand firmly. "Properly this time, Norman Osborne." "Cade Lawson. Stark Industries, Technical Consulting." The handshake lingered. Norman leaned in close, his voice barely above a whisper. "Is Harry okay?" Cade checked Violet's feed. "Safe for now. They've taken him to Hell's Kitchen." Norman's expression didn't soften. If anything, the mention of Hell's Kitchen made it worse. He gestured toward the lobby. "Let's go upstairs." "Of course." Cade reached into his jacket. "Before we do, your son was trying to give you this. It fell during the chaos." He held out a green mask. Crudely made construction paper, poster paint, uneven eye holes. A monster face, designed by a 6-year-old's hands with a 6-year-old's love. Harry's gift. The one he'd been carrying when the bullet hit. Norman took it. His fingers closed around the cheap paper like it was made of glass. For a long moment, the CEO of a billion-dollar corporation stood in front of his own building, staring at a child's art project and said nothing. Cade felt something shift in his chest. The raw, undisguised pain on Norman's face was the kind of thing that cut through cynicism. A father looking at the last thing his son had touched before being taken from him. Then Violet's voice rang through Cade's mind, dripping with theatrical gravity. "Put it on, Osborne. It is your destiny." The moment shattered like a window hit by a baseball. Cade's eye twitched. Every ounce of genuine emotion evaporated in an instant, replaced by the overwhelming urge to throw his watch into the nearest storm drain. "I am going to disassemble that robot." Chapter 26. Harry's location. Norman's office occupied the top floor of Oscorp Tower. Office was generous. 4/5 of the space was a private laboratory crammed with equipment, instruments, and prototype hardware that would have made most university research departments weep with envy. The remaining fifth served as a workspace and meeting area. Norman Osborne wasn't Tony Stark. Few people were. But the lab alone made it clear he was far above the average corporate executive, a genuine scientist, brilliant enough to design technology that most engineers couldn't even conceptualize. Cade found himself wondering whether the Goblin glider existed yet, and whether the Allspark could activate it. Then he caught himself. Harry was 6. The glider might not have been built. And suggesting Norman put on a green mask was probably not helpful right now. Norman punched a sequence on a wall panel. Steel shutters dropped over the windows and doors. Soundproofing engaged. Light seals locked. The lab became an airtight vault. "All right. No one can listen in here." Norman turned to Cade, all pretense of composure gone. "Tell me about Harry." Cade didn't stall. He took off the tactical optics and held them out. "Put these on." Norman looked at the plain black glasses with obvious confusion, but he put them on. For a moment, nothing. Then the display activated. A Mercedes-Benz filmed from above, traffic camera footage spliced together in near real time. Norman recognized the car immediately. It was the vehicle he'd had custom armored for Harry's transport. The Mercedes was driving through streets that didn't match its price tag. Narrow, dirty, littered, the kind of neighborhood where a car like that drew attention for all the wrong reasons. The footage was patchy. When the car left one camera's range, there was a gap before the next picked it up. Wherever this was, the surveillance infrastructure was thin. Broken cameras, dead zones, blind spots. Hell's Kitchen. The worst neighborhood in New York. That was one of the reasons Cade had told Norman not to act rashly. In Hell's Kitchen, calling the police was almost pointless. If law enforcement could keep order there, people wouldn't be dying every other day. The footage continued. The Mercedes stopped outside a derelict underground parking structure. Armed men emerged from the shadows, 6, maybe 7, all carrying weapons openly. The driver, the nanny, and Harry were forced out of the vehicle at gunpoint. The driver appeared to know the armed men. He dropped to his knees, begging, pleading for something. A gun was pressed to his forehead. A muzzle flash. The footage was silent, but Norman flinched as if the shot had been fired next to his ear. The driver crumpled. If that bullet had been aimed at Harry instead, but the kidnappers had no intention of harming the boy. Not yet. Harry and the nanny were bundled into a different vehicle, which pulled into the parking structure and vanished from the camera's view. No more footage. What happened? Norman's voice was tight. Where did they go? The parking structure has no cameras inside. And it's underground, satellite can't see through it either. Cade spread his hands. My surveillance capability is extensive, but it needs something to work with. No cameras means no eyes. Norman breathed. Once. Twice. 3 times. Slowly, he reassembled himself. You tracked them this far? You clearly have resources. You must have some kind of plan. Knowing the address isn't enough, Cade said. In my previous career, I participated in over 10 hostage rescue operations. Success rate was less than 50%. Norman stared at him. One time, we breached a building where the kidnapper had strapped explosives to the hostage. He held the detonator in his hand, or so we thought. The real trigger was pressure-sensitive, built into the sole of his shoe. The moment we tackled him and his feet left the ground, the bomb went off. Cade let that sit. You can't predict what people like this have prepared. Charging in blind gets hostages killed. The smarter play is intelligence gathering, find out who they are, what they actually want, and where the psychological leverage is. Negotiation saves more lives than bullets. That's why every military and police force in the world employs hostage negotiators and psychologists. They're not just there for decoration. But where do we even start? Norman's frustration was boiling over. They called once, a disposable number, untraceable. No demands. No leads. I have a lead, Cade said. Someone connected to this kidnapping is currently in a hospital. A hospital? Who? One of your people. The security guard who got shot protecting Harry at the entrance. Norman's face went blank with disbelief. That's impossible. He saved Harry's life. Did he? Cade said. Think about it. The kidnapper's goal was to take Harry alive. Why would the shooter fire at the boy? The bullets were aimed at the bodyguard, a clean headshot, professional work. The shooter had no reason to target Harry. Norman opened his mouth. Closed it. So why did your guard throw himself in front of the nanny? Cade continued. He wasn't protecting Harry from the shooter. He was directing the nanny into the car. Get in, the car is armored. And the nanny, panicking, did exactly what he told her. She put Harry into the getaway vehicle hearse. LF. Silence. The guard was nervous before the shooting even started, Cade said. He tried to clear bystanders from the entrance. He knew what was coming. And when it happened, he played his part perfectly, took a few rounds to his body armor, looked like a hero, and put the target exactly where the kidnappers needed him. Norman's hands were shaking. Not from fear, from rage. Then let's go, he said through his teeth, and pay our respects to the man who saved my son's life. Chapter 27. Gathering evidence is physical work. Pierre lay in bed and stared at the ceiling. The sheets smelled like sunshine, actual sunshine, not the chemical warmth of a hospital dryer. The pillows were soft. The room was private, spacious, and furnished more like a boutique hotel than a medical ward. If not for the monitoring equipment beside the bed, he could have been on vacation. This was the reward for saving Harry Osborne's life. And it was only the beginning. Pierre's injuries were minor. The suppressed pistol hadn't packed enough punch to do serious damage through body armor, 2 cracked ribs, some bruising. A small price for what was coming. When those people had first approached him with the offer, he hadn't believed it. A fortune for playing hero? Too good to be true. But here he was, luxury room, gourmet meals, gratitude from one of the richest men in New York. The only thing that bothered him was the bodyguard. The deal had been straightforward. When the shooting starts, Pierre dives in front of Harry, takes a few rounds to the vest, directs the nanny into the armored car. He'd asked about the kid's protection detail, the professional bodyguard who'd be standing right there. They told him not to worry about it. We'll handle it, they'd said. Apparently, handling it meant a bullet through the man's temple. Pierre had expected the bodyguard to be distracted, maybe lured away. Not executed. That changed things. The people who'd hired him weren't running a scare job, they were running something much bigger, and Pierre was now tied to a killing he'd never agreed to. The unease sat in his stomach like a stone. But judging by his current accommodations, nobody suspected a thing. Evening came. Warm lighting. A dinner that would have cost $200 at a Manhattan restaurant. Pierre was reaching for the remote to catch up on his favorite show when the door opened. No knock. Pierre's first reaction was annoyance. 5-star treatment and they can't even knock? He'd barely spent a day in luxury and was already thinking like a man who deserved it. Then he saw who walked in. Mr. Osborne. Pierre scrambled upright, wincing dramatically as the movement pulled at his ribs. The pain was real but nowhere near as bad as he made it look. A little suffering for the camera never hurt, maybe Osborne would add a bonus. His performance died the moment he noticed the second person. A young man. Casual clothes. Pierre didn't recognize the face immediately, but the outfit clicked, the t-shirt, the jeans, the build. This was the guy he'd turned away at the entrance. The one who'd been standing there when the shooting started. The stone in Pierre's stomach turned to ice. "Pierre," Norman said, and his voice had no warmth in it at all. "Stay in bed. I have some questions." Pierre's survival instincts kicked in. "Of course, Mr. Osborne. Though the doctor said I might have a concussion from the fall, my memory of today's events might be a little foggy." Cade almost laughed out loud. The man was already building his escape route. No point dancing around it. Cade stepped forward. "You'll remember this just fine because I'm not asking about today. About 2 months ago, $200,000 appeared in your accounts, spread across multiple deposits, different source accounts. I'd like to hear your explanation." "200,000? I don't know what you're talking about." Pierre's voice went up half an octave. "Do I need to print the transaction records and throw them in your face? I'm asking you directly because I'd prefer you save us both some time and just talk. But if you think you can stonewall this, if you think denial is going to work, then I'll have to get creative." Violet had traced the funds in minutes. The deposits were staggered and routed through different accounts, but every trail led back to the same source, an entity called United Global Investments. Cade hadn't had time to fully map the company's structure, but preliminary data suggested it was a major conglomerate, nearly on par with Stark Industries, with significant business ties to Hell's Kitchen. "No, you can't do this." Pierre turned to Norman, desperation cracking through his composure. "Mr. Osborne, don't listen to this guy. I saved your son." "If they intended to kill Harry from the start," Norman said, his voice like a blade, "then why did they kidnap him afterward?" He took a step closer. "They used you to lure the bodyguard out of the car. The shooter's position was within your regular patrol route. You knew exactly where he'd be because you led the bodyguard right to him. You didn't save anyone. You delivered my son to the people who took him." The color drained from Pierre's face. He'd been played. The deal was supposed to be a staged scare, rattle Osborne, shake the stock price, everyone profits. He was the fall guy who gets to feel like a hero. But they'd killed the bodyguard. They'd taken the boy. The operation Pierre thought he was part of had never existed. It was a kidnapping from the start, and he'd been the one who put Harry into the getaway car. But even now he held the line. "No, Mr. Osborne. I swear I don't know anything. I didn't do anything." Norman's fist clenched. He was seconds from hitting a bedridden man. Cade put a hand on Norman's shoulder. "Norman, gathering evidence is physical work. Let me handle it, I'm a professional." He walked to the bedside. Pierre was bigger than Cade, taller, heavier. But with 2 cracked ribs and nowhere to run, size didn't matter. Cade caught his arm, locked the wrist, and twisted it behind his back in a single fluid motion, a restraint technique drilled into him across thousands of repetitions. Pierre's face hit the pillow. His muffled screaming was swallowed by the fabric. Cade snapped a metal bracelet onto Pierre's wrist and stepped back. "The device on your wrist is going to contract," Cade said calmly. "Slowly. Steadily. You have about 3 minutes to start talking. After that, it'll crush your wrist. If you wait too long, it'll take the hand off entirely." He released Pierre. The big man gasped, sucking air, and then felt it. The bracelet was tightening. Not fast. Not dramatically. just a constant mechanical pressure that increased by a fraction every second. Within moments it had bitten deep enough to leave a welt. Pierre thrashed, slammed his arm against the bed frame, clawed at the metal with his free hand. The bracelet didn't care. It tightened with the patience of a machine that had nowhere else to be. Pierre held out longer than Cade expected, nearly 2 minutes of escalating agony before the screaming started in earnest. When he lunged for the nurse call button on the wall, Norman delivered the killing blow. Pierre. This is an Oscorp hospital. Pierre's hand froze in midair. Oscorp hospital. Oscorp staff. Oscorp security. No one was coming to help him, not here, not now, not ever. Take it off, Pierre gasped. Take it off and I'll tell you everything. The money came from Russians. They told me it was just a scare job. Chapter 28, Osborne's Special Equipment. The Russian Mob. Hell's Kitchen was carved up between ethnic gangs, Russian, Irish, Italian, Dominican, each one claiming territory by blood and heritage. The Russians were among the most feared. Neither Cade nor Norman knew the details. Norman was a corporate titan. The internal politics of a slum's criminal underworld weren't exactly his area of expertise. And Cade's Marvel knowledge came from blockbuster films, not the street-level corners of the universe. He hadn't even recognized Matt Murdock as Daredevil until the dinner reveal. But not knowing Matt's future didn't stop Cade from calling in a favor now. I have a friend who knows Hell's Kitchen's underground better than anyone, Cade told Norman. If anyone can help us with the Russian angle, it's him. He dialed Matt's number. The line connected to the sound of heavy, ragged breathing. Bad timing? Cade said. Night had fallen. Vigorous physical activity after dark was perfectly normal for a healthy young man. And for a blind man, darkness made no difference, though it probably mattered to whoever was on the other end of the exercise. Cade, whatever it is, make it fast. I'm busy. Cade was about to suggest calling back in 10 minutes, then realized that might sound insulting. He was revising the estimate to 30 when a burst of gunfire crackled through the phone. Matt, are you in trouble again? Nothing I can't handle. What do you need? What do you know about the Russian mob in Hell's Kitchen? A pause. Then a laugh that had no humor in it. Your timing is incredible. I'm currently being chased by several Russians. I just caught them trafficking people at the docks. Can you take them alive? I need to ask them some questions. Right now I'd settle for not ending up in the morgue myself. More gunfire. The line went dead. Cade turned to Norman, whose expression was equal parts desperation and barely controlled fury. My friend's already tangled up with the Russians. Norman, I need to get to Hell's Kitchen fast. And quietly. If there are more moles in your organization, we can't risk anyone knowing I've left this building. What Cade actually meant was, give me the Goblin glider. He'd been thinking about it since the moment he'd walked into Norman's lab. A personal flight platform, all spark activated, it could be his most powerful Cybertronian unit yet. The thought of it made his pulse quicken. Even if the new robot turned out to be as eccentric as Blitz and Violet, Cade wouldn't care. Norman considered for a moment, then said, there's an underground tunnel system connecting this hospital to a secure facility. Follow me. No glider. Underground tunnels instead. Cade swallowed his disappointment. Norman ordered the doctors to sedate Pierre, enough to keep him under for hours, then led Cade through the hospital service corridors while the staff were occupied. They reached an elevator. Norman punched in a sequence that used every button on the panel, and the car descended to a floor that didn't appear on any directory. The tunnel below was well lit, bright, clean, clearly maintained. This was an escape route, not a horror movie set. It was built for emergencies, and emergencies required visibility. Norman looked like he belonged in a horror movie anyway. His face was gray, his jaw locked, his eyes hollow. Cade put a hand on his shoulder. Norman. Go back to Oscorp and wait for my call. You showing up in Hell's Kitchen personally is a liability, for you and for Harry. This wasn't empty comfort. Cade fully intended to bring Harry home. Not purely for the Oscorp nanosurgical equipment, though that mattered. And not purely because rescuing a billionaire's son created leverage. The real reason was simpler. At a gaming convention that morning, a lifetime ago, a man with a sick pallor and a hyperactive son had sat on a bench and talked to Cade like a human being. No agenda, no status games, no posturing. Just two guys out of their element, making conversation. Cade had been a soldier in 2 lifetimes. He'd learned something in both. The people worth fighting for weren't the ones who asked for it. They were the ones who treated you like a person before they knew what you could do. He'd given his word to Norman. That was enough. "I'm not coming with you to play hero," Norman said. "I know my limitations. But there's something down here you should see. An equipment vault, Oscorp prototypes. Some of them might help." Cade's heart rate spiked. "The glider. Please let it be the glider." Norman led him around a corner and tapped a pattern on the wall. A section of concrete split apart, revealing a heavy metal door that slid open with a pneumatic hiss. Behind it, a room the size of a small aircraft hangar, filled with the most advanced military hardware Cade had ever seen outside of Tony Stark's workshop. Weapons, conventional and otherwise, lined the walls. But Cade's eyes went straight to the center of the room, where a single piece of equipment sat on a raised platform under dedicated lighting. The Goblin glider. Black, not green. Matte carbon fiber finish, angular and aggressive. It looked like something from a stealth fighter's nightmares. But it was unfinished. Wiring hung exposed from the undercarriage. Panels were missing. Components that should have been sealed were open to the air. Cade touched it. The Allspark responded immediately. Single operator combat flight platform. Structural completion, 33%. Damage threshold too severe for activation. 33%. Barely a third complete. Useless. The disappointment hit like a gut punch. But Cade let it go. This timeline's Oscorp simply hadn't finished the design yet. If he saved Harry tonight, there would be plenty of chances to get his hands on the completed version later. "Sorry about that one," Norman said. "It's years from being operational. But these might help." Chapter 29. The Face Simulator. Norman led Cade to a side rack and pulled out two items. The first, an auto-tracking boomerang blade. Compact, razor-edged, capable of locking onto a biological target and pursuing it through evasive maneuvers. Powerful enough to cut a man in half. Silent in flight. And it returned to the thrower's hand automatically. Cade tested the weight. Perfect for silent elimination. Unfortunately, the Allspark confirmed it lacked the energy circuit required for robot activation, useful as a weapon, nothing more. That reminded him of what Violet had said, only devices with a functional energy circuit could be activated. The standard was still a mystery, and there was no way to tell just by looking. He took 3 blades. But it was the second item that changed everything. A mask. Paper-thin, translucent, almost weightless. It looked like a sheet of cling film with a faint iridescent shimmer. "I call it the Face Simulator," Norman said. 100 million nanoscale light reactive elements. It bends light across your facial structure to alter your apparent features. Like this. Norman pressed it to his own face. He blinked and his features shifted. The angular Osborne bone structure softened, reshaped, realigned. In 2 seconds, Norman Osborne's face had become Cade Lawson's face. The body was wrong, the hair was wrong, but from the neck up, perfect. Every angle, every proportion, indistinguishable from the real thing. 3-hour battery life per charge, Norman said, peeling it off and handing it over. It reads your facial muscle movements automatically, expressions and emotions sync perfectly as long as you don't speak. To capture a new face, look at your target and blink 3 times rapidly. It stores up to 72 faces. Cade held the mask in both hands. And the Allspark lit up. Face Simulator. Structural completion, 100%. Non-metallic special mechanical construct. Activation cost, 675 Allspark energy. Additional 1,350 energy available for specialization enhancement. Recommended enhancement, infiltration/assassination. Specialization enhancement. That was new. Cade had never seen that option before. Either it had unlocked when his energy cap increased, or the face simulator itself was unique enough to qualify for advanced activation. His Stage 1 Allspark had room for 1 more Cybertronian unit. And an infiltration/assassination specialist, born from a device designed for disguise and deception, felt like exactly what this mission needed. Cade put the mask on, tested it, blinked at Norman, and watched his own reflection in a glass panel transform into Norman Osborn's face. Flawless. "Norman. With this, I guarantee I'm bringing Harry home." That's all I needed to hear. Norman's voice was steady, but his eyes were raw. Cade took the mask off, pocketed it alongside the 3 boomerang blades, and followed Norman to the tunnel exit. They parted ways, Norman back to Oscorp to play the role of panicked father, which required no acting at all. Cade slipped into the night. He found a dark alley, deserted, no cameras. Then he held the face simulator between his palms and pushed nearly 2,000 points of all-spark energy into it. The activation began and Cade gasped. Pain. Sharp, sudden, radiating from the center of his palm. He looked down, a half-centimeter wound had torn open across his hand. Not a cut, a rupture, as if something inside had expanded too fast and burst through the skin. The mask clattered to the ground. Warning, excessive instantaneous energy output detected. Physical damage to host confirmed. Exercise caution during high-volume energy transfers. What the? Cade stared at his bleeding palm. The all-spark energy is physical? The wound wasn't deep, a surface tear already clotting. But the implications were terrifying. 2,000 energy points had split his skin. What happened when he needed to channel 10,000? 20,000? Would his arm shatter? Would it kill him? His body was ordinary. Human. Unenhanced. He'd been operating under the assumption that all spark equipment could compensate for his physical limitations indefinitely. That assumption had just been violently corrected. Body enhancement. He needed to move that up the priority list. Tony Stark could wear a suit of armor and trade punches with the Hulk because his body could survive the impact transfer. Cade couldn't even push energy through his own palm without bleeding. He was wrapping his hand with a torn strip of sleeve when a voice spoke. Not Violet. Not Blitz. Something new. Low, measured, with a theatrical precision that turned every syllable into a performance. There is no art to find the mind's construction in the face. Mask Infiltration Specialist. Reporting for duty, Commander. Chapter 30, Infiltration Specialist. There is no art to find the mind's construction in the face. Mask Infiltration Specialist. Reporting for duty, Commander. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Cade scanned the alley, walls, dumpsters, fire escapes, and found nothing. Mask? Where are you? At your feet, Commander. A crushed soda can on the ground shimmered. Light rippled across its surface like water, and the can unfolded, became something else. A figure materialized, barely larger than the can itself. 15 centimeters tall. Slender, immaculately proportioned, clad in what appeared to be a dark hooded cloak that shifted between matte black and translucent depending on the angle. The cloak was woven from thousands of metallic microfibers, so fine they moved like real fabric. In one hand, a blade no longer than a sewing needle but proportioned like a rapier. The face was exquisite. As finely detailed as Violet's, but where Violet's features projected crisp professionalism, Mask's projected something else entirely, an actor's face expressive, designed to be watched. 15 centimeters. Smaller than Violet. And yet the Allspark had consumed more energy creating Mask than it had building Blitz, a full SUV. The specialization enhancement didn't come cheap. Your name is Mask? It is the name I chose, Commander. A mask is truth and deception in the same breath, the perfect vessel for my art. Right. Theatrical. Cade filed that away and moved on. Show me what you can do. With pleasure. Mask drew his blade and slashed the air. Light bent, a visible distortion like heat haze, and where a tiny robot had been standing, a pigeon now perched on the concrete. The bird was perfect. Feathers ruffled in the breeze. Its head cocked, tracking Cade with beady black eyes. It fluttered up to Cade's shoulder, landed, and in a shimmer of refracted light, became Mask again, crouched on his shoulder with the blade sheathed. He leapt down. Mid-fall, the light bent again, and a black spider the size of Cade's palm skittered across the concrete. 3 steps later, it became a rat. Then a crumpled newspaper. Then a cigarette butt. 72 forms. Not physical transformation, optical illusion. The face simulator's nanoscale light-bending technology, taken to its absolute extreme. Mask could disguise himself as virtually any small object or animal, rendering himself effectively invisible in any urban environment. The limitation was size. Mask's actual body was 15 centimeters, and the illusions couldn't extend far beyond that boundary. He could be a pigeon, a rat, a coffee cup, but nothing as large as a small dog. The laws of optics imposed a hard ceiling. But for hostage rescue, this was exactly what Cade needed. An invisible scout, a silent infiltrator, a knife in the dark that looked like a soda can until it was too late. The specialization enhancement had been worth every point. Blitz was waiting 3 blocks away. Cade climbed in and the SUV launched toward Hell's Kitchen at a speed that suggested Blitz had been bored. On the way, Cade dialed Matt again. This time the call connected cleanly. "Matt, you alive? I'm almost at your place." "How do you know I'm home?" Matt sounded genuinely startled. Lucky guess. He absolutely was not going to tell Matt that Violet had tracked his location through the city's surveillance network. Matt's silence radiated skepticism. At Matt's building, Cade didn't bother with the buzzer. He glanced at Mask perched on his shoulder in pigeon form. Mask understood without a word being spoken. The tiny robot leapt to the door, landing on the lock. His rapier blade slid into the keyhole, and 1 second later the bolt clicked open. Cade pushed the door wide, expecting to surprise Matt. A glass came flying at his head. Cade was already twisting to dodge when a metallic ting rang through the hallway, Mask's blade, flicking the glass aside mid-flight. It shattered against the wall. "Matt? It's me, Cade." Matt vaulted over the back of his sofa, fists raised, then relaxed. "Maybe try the doorbell next time. I thought the Russians had found me." Matt's hearing could detect a pin drop through a concrete wall. He'd absolutely heard the lock being picked, but he hadn't recognized the intruder as Cade until he spoke. "Hang on." Matt tilted his head, listening. "What's on your shoulder?" "My pet pigeon." "Don't insult me. That thing has no heartbeat. And pigeons don't have that shape. Whatever it is, it's got limbs in the wrong places." Cade sighed. Mask's optical illusions could fool any pair of eyes on Earth. But Matt Murdock didn't use his eyes, and a light-bending disguise did nothing to mask the absence of a pulse or the geometric wrongness of a robot pretending to be a bird. "Fine. It's a robot I built. Don't worry about it." Matt accepted this with less surprise than Cade expected. After the sensory gauntlets, his threshold for technological shock had apparently risen considerably. "So what brings you to my apartment at midnight? Besides breaking in and nearly getting your head taken off." "The Russian mob kidnapped a 6-year-old boy. His father hired me to get him back. I know where they're holding him, but I can't do it alone." Cade laid out the situation: Harry, the staged shooting, the Mercedes, Hell's Kitchen. Matt's jaw tightened. Those bastards. Trafficking wasn't enough, now they're kidnapping children. "You've been watching them. How much do you know about their numbers and positions?" "Not as much as I'd like. I've been tracking their dock operations for a few days. They've been smuggling women in shipping containers. Tonight I pulled a few out and the whole thing went sideways. They chased me through half of Hell's Kitchen." Matt touched the gauntlets on his wrists. "Without these, I wouldn't have made it. Then we have a common enemy and a narrow window. You stirred up a hornet's nest at the docks tonight, which means they'll be pulling people from other locations to hunt for you. Right now, wherever they're holding Harry is probably at its weakest. You want to hit them now? While they're spread thin." "Exactly." Matt didn't hesitate. "Let's go." Cade smiled. With Matt's radar senses and Mask's infiltration capabilities, the rescue was looking possible. But the question gnawing at the back of his mind wouldn't go away: why? A slum gang kidnapping the son of one of the most powerful men in New York, not for money but to break Norman's will and force an unknown concession. These weren't street-level criminals improvising. Someone was pulling the strings. Someone with resources, planning, and the confidence to provoke a corporate titan. A gang in Hell's Kitchen didn't pick a fight with Oscorp without backing. So who was behind them? Chapter 31. The man behind the curtain. While Cade was planning a rescue in Hell's Kitchen, Obadiah Stane was taking a phone call in his penthouse on the other side of Manhattan. "Mr. Stane. James Wesley. The goods are ready for pickup." The voice on the line was precise, polished, the kind of corporate efficiency that Stane recognized and respected. Wesley spoke like a man who ran boardrooms, not back alleys. Every time they dealt, Stane found himself wanting to poach the man for his own operation. But James Wesley was the personal secretary and most trusted lieutenant of the president of United Global Investments. The president himself was a ghost. No public appearances, no photographs, no digital footprint. Wesley handled everything. The fact that the company not only functioned but thrived under this arrangement spoke to Wesley's extraordinary capability. He wasn't the kind of man you could buy. Stain had tried. James, I'll have someone collect tonight. The 2 blocks in Hell's Kitchen, I'll have the transfer contracts drawn up. Come by tomorrow to sign. Excellent. Though I'd recommend being careful with the transport. Hell's Kitchen has been restless lately. Wesley wasn't talking about the gangs. He was talking about the masked vigilante. Don't worry, Stain said. My people aren't ordinary. Then, what's the handoff signal? When your men see mine, have them light a cigarette. Light a cigarette? That's right. Stain hung up and stared out at the New York skyline. The kidnappings weren't just about Harry Osborne. He'd taken Justin Hammer's father as well. The plan was simple in concept, brutal in execution. With Tony shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division, billions of dollars in defense contracts were about to hit the open market. Every arms manufacturer on the planet would be scrambling for the scraps. Stain intended to devour them all, but only if the 2 biggest competitors stayed out of the fight. Oscorp Industries. Hammer Industries. Either one could match Stain's connections and undercut his prices. If both entered the bidding, his new venture was dead before it launched. So he'd taken insurance. Norman Osborne's son. Justin Hammer's father. Leverage to ensure both companies stepped aside while Stain built his empire from the ashes of Stark's. The new company would be a partnership with AIM, Advanced Idea Mechanics. Killian's people had the research capabilities and the infrastructure. Stain had the contacts and the reputation. Together, they'd fill every gap Tony had created. If Stain could have avoided this, the kidnappings, the threats, the bridge burning, he would have. Osborne and Hammer weren't stupid. The moment those contracts were reassigned, they'd know exactly who was responsible. This was a declaration of war against 2 of the most powerful corporations in the country. But what choice did he have? Stark Industries was his. He'd built it alongside Howard Stark from nothing. Poured decades of his life into it. And Tony, brilliant, reckless, ungrateful Tony, had decided to burn it all down on a whim. Tony, this is all your fault. Stain's fist hit the desk. The impact-sensitive surface flickered to life, projecting a video feed. Tony Stark in his workshop, wearing mechanical gauntlets on both arms, testing a repulsor beam that blew a hole through a concrete target wall. Stain had recorded this footage himself, carefully, painstakingly circumventing Jarvis's surveillance to capture a single clip without being detected. Any longer and Tony's AI would have flagged the intrusion. The only reason it had been possible at all was that Tony trusted Stain completely, trusted him enough to let him walk freely through his home, his lab, his life. Shuts down weapons manufacturing with one hand. Builds the most advanced personal weapon system on Earth with the other. You're just like your father, Tony. A hypocrite. Stain's expression hardened into something ugly. Then he made one more call. Killian. Send your people to collect Osborne's son and Ham. Mare's father. By tomorrow, both of them will be begging to stay out of the weapons market. A pause. And whatever grudge you're carrying with Tony, that's between you and him. As long as it doesn't interfere with our partnership, I don't care what you do. He hung up and collapsed into his chair. In the darkness of his office, Stain's eyes burned with a light that had nothing to do with ambition and everything to do with hatred. In a warehouse somewhere in New York, a tall man with a buzz cut and a lazy grin lit a cigarette. He didn't use a lighter. One finger pressed against the tip. A flicker of red light there and gone, and the cigarette was burning. He inhaled deeply, savoring the smoke with the contentment of a man without a care in the world. His phone buzzed. A text message. He read it, then laughed and exhaled. The cigarette left his lips, tumbling through the air. It disintegrated before it traveled half a meter. The paper, the tobacco, the filter, reduced to ash in an instant. Even the nicotine didn't have time to become smoke before it was gone. The man walked out of the warehouse. Several large men, none of them friendly-looking, fell into step behind him. They loaded into 2 black SUVs, which pulled away from the curb in silence. From Manhattan's glittering heart, the 2 vehicles drove toward the dark. Toward Hell's Kitchen. Cade and Matt arrived at the underground parking garage on foot, moving through streets so poorly lit they were practically invisible. The sign above the entrance was barely legible, Wesley Rental Cars. A front company. Had to be. The name wasn't subtle, but then in Hell's Kitchen, subtlety was optional. They held position 100 meters back. Matt tilted his head, listening, sifting through layers of ambient noise to isolate what was happening inside. A full minute passed before he spoke. 3 guards at the entrance. But I can't tell if they've got infrared sensors or tripwire alarms on the approach. I wouldn't recommend going through the front door blind. So if we can confirm there's no alarm system, we can take the entrance directly? 3 men isn't a problem. And there's a long corridor between the entrance and the main structure, completely empty. Once I'm inside, I can pinpoint exactly where the boy is being held. Cade nodded. Confirming the alarm situation was a job for a 15-centimeter robot that could disguise itself as a piece of trash. He glanced at his shoulder. Mask was already gone. Chapter 32. More than one hostage. Matt's hearing was extraordinary. Heartbeats at 100 meters, words through concrete walls, the shape of objects mapped by the echoes they reflected. But he was still blind. He could identify a device by its hum and size, but he couldn't distinguish a motion sensor from a thermostat by appearance alone. "Don't worry about the alarms," Cade said. "I can handle that." He'd already deployed Violet and Mask. 2 miniature robots moving as one. Mask had shifted into a stray cat, with Violet tucked against his chest. In Matt's sonar perception, the cat was actually 2 small mechanical bodies pressed tightly together. "Do we really have to do this?" Violet muttered through the Allspark link. "I could ride on your shoulders. Better vantage point." "I'm afraid that's not acceptable," Mask replied. "A gentleman does not allow a lady to ride on his neck. It's a matter of principle." "That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And I've listened to Blitz's music. Principles are never ridiculous. They are the stage directions by which we perform our roles." Violet gave up arguing but made a mental note to revisit this conversation later. Mask carried her toward the parking garage entrance without further protest. The cat didn't draw attention. 2 Russian gangsters standing guard barely glanced at the stray padding past their feet. Near the entrance sat a security booth, a small metal-walled structure with monitors inside. Through the window, a 3rd Russian was watching a bank of screens. The garage had cameras, at least in this section. Mask scaled the booth's exterior, magnetic grip on the metal paneling silent, invisible as a shadow wearing fur. When he reached the window ledge, the cat finally caught the attention of the man inside. He waved a hand to shoo it away. The last thing he saw was a flash of silver. Mask's blade, no longer than a needle at his scale, but needle-sharp and driven with precision that human hands could never match, punched through the man's eye socket and into his brain. Once inside, the blade fanned outward in a microburst, shredding neural tissue. Death was instantaneous and absolute. Mask pulled Violet through the open window and set her down beside the computer terminal. "My lady, the stage is yours. I have 2 more performers waiting outside." He pulled the blade free, leapt to the dead man's head, and launched himself out the window, shifting from cat to pigeon mid-flight. The 2 guards outside watched a white bird flutter toward them from the booth. Odd. Where had that come from? A blur of silver. The first man's throat opened from ear to ear, carotid, jugular, trachea, all severed in a single pass. Blood sprayed across his partner's face. Before the second man could process what had happened, the pigeon was on him. The blade found his eye. Then his brain. 3 kills. Under 10 seconds. "Exit, pursued by a bird," Mask murmured, cleaning his blade on the dead man's jacket. While Mask had been working, Violet had cracked the security system in the same 10-second window. Every camera, every sensor, every alarm in the garage now answered to her. She owned the building's digital nervous system. The bad news, cameras only covered the entrance area. The interior of the garage was BLI. ND. Cade received the all-clear through the Allspark link and sprinted to the entrance with Matt. Matt stopped when he sensed the bodies. 3 dead men. The smell of blood was overwhelming, even over the garage's oil and concrete baseline. He opened his mouth. "Don't," Cade said. "One shout from any of them and Harry dies. You can fight without killing when your life is the only one at stake. Right now it's a 6-year-old boy's. These men made their choices. I won't lose sleep over them." Matt's jaw worked. He was a man of principle, deep, unshakable principle. But he was also a lawyer. He could weigh competing interests, assess risk, and accept that the calculus of a hostage rescue was different from the calculus of a street fight. "After we get the boy out," Matt said quietly, "I'd appreciate it if killing isn't the first option. I only care about Harry's safety." Everyone else is secondary, but I'm not going to hunt them for sport. You have my word. Matt accepted it. Not happily. But he accepted it. He stood at the entrance to the garage's interior and listened. Really listened, head tilted, jaw slightly open, every sense reaching into the dark. Cade waited. Patient. This was Matt's domain. 2 levels, Matt said at last. 17 armed guards total. Weapons on every one of them. Harry is on sublevel 2, locked room, far corner. He paused. But there's someone else down there. A second hostage. That wasn't in the plan. The Russians hadn't just kidnapped Harry Osborne. There was another prisoner, another piece of leverage in whatever game was being played above their heads. Cade didn't know who it was. Didn't matter. The operation was already in motion. They'd save Harry and grab whoever else was down there on the way out. First floor, Cade said. How many? 7. And, Matt tilted his head again. Then a faint smile. They're asleep. Mask went in as a cat. 7 sleeping guards. 7 targets spread across the first level in various states of unconsciousness, slumped in chairs, stretched across car hoods, one snoring face down on a card table. The blade moved like a conductor's baton, precise, unhurried, each strike placed with anatomical perfection. Not the brain this time. The cervical spine. Point of entry, the gap between C3 and C4 vertebrae. The blade severed the spinal cord, then withdrew. Each guard felt a sharp sting at the back of the neck, and then nothing. Ever again. Paralysis from the chest down. Vocal cords offline. Breathing shallow but sustained. Alive, technically. But unless a neurosurgeon reconnected those nerves within hours, they would never move again. It was harder than killing. It required a knowledge of human anatomy that bordered on surgical, and a blade control that left zero margin for error. But Mask had made a commitment. The commander had given his word to the blind man, and Mask would honor it. Matt could hear all 7 hearts still beating. He understood what Cade's robot had done. Gratitude and revulsion fought for space on his face. Gratitude won barely. He led Cade to a wall panel and pulled off a ventilation grate. This duct goes straight down to the hostage room on sublevel 2. 2 guards inside. The vent was narrow, far too small for any adult to fit through. But Mask was 15 centimeters tall. He dropped into the darkness without a sound. Chapter 33, ready for a fight. Mask crawled through the ventilation duct in rat form, navigating layers of accumulated dust and grime until he reached the sublevel 2 outlet. He poked his head out, whiskers twitching, tiny black eyes scanning the room. 2 guards. 2 hostages. Harry Osborne was bound hand and foot, tape across his mouth, slumped against the wall but conscious. His eyes were open, darting around the room with a sharpness that didn't belong on a 6-year-old's face. Beside him an older man, late 50s, white-haired, heavy-set, the well-fed build of someone accustomed to comfort. Also bound. Also gagged. Mask released his grip and free climbed down the wall, tiny hook claws extending from his fingers and toes, moving with the fluid silence of a gecko. Not a scrape. Not a whisper. The guards were facing the door, backs to the wall. He was descending. He reached the ceiling directly above the first guard's head. Then he let go. The guard felt something land on his scalp, a feather-light pressure, barely noticeable. Then a spike of pain through his eye socket, and then nothing at all. Mask's blade punched through the orbital bone and fanned outward inside the skull. Instantaneous. The second guard hadn't even registered the first man's death when Mask pulled the blade free and flicked his wrist. A pulse of electromagnetic force launched the tiny rapier like a needle-sized missile, spinning, precise, crossing the room in a fraction of a second. It found the second guard's eye with the same surgical accuracy. Brain. Shredded. Dead before his knees buckled. Alas, Mask murmured, retrieving his blade with a magnetic recall. Had you been sleeping like your colleagues upstairs, I might have spared you the final curtain. He flicked the blade clean and sheathed it. Before approaching the hostages, Mask swept the room. Methodically. Every corner, every surface, every suspicious object. Behind the door there. A grenade, rigged to a tripwire. Anyone forcing entry from outside would have detonated it, killing both hostages instantly. Mask disarmed it with 2 precise cuts, then sent the all-clear through the all-spark link. Seconds later, the muffled sounds of combat filtered down from above, gunfire interspersed with the heavy thuds of fists meeting flesh. Cade and Matt had engaged the remaining guards on sublevel 1. Mask turned to the hostages. Harry first. The blade sliced through the ropes like they were made of paper. Then, as gently as a 15-centimeter robot assassin could manage, he peeled the tape from the boy's mouth. Harry Osborne did not cry. He did not scream. He sat very still, looked directly at Mask and said, "Thank you." Then his eyes went wide with wonder. "Whoa, are you an alien?" Mask considered the question with the gravity it deserved. "I am no extraterrestrial, young master. I am Mask, an artist of shadow and steel sworn to the commander's service." Harry blinked. "What? I am a robot." "A robot?" Harry's fear evaporated, replaced by the kind of full-body excitement that only 6-year-olds could produce. "That is so cool. Can you fly? Do you have lasers? Can you turn into a car? I am a specialist in the arts of disguise and, can you turn into a dinosaur? My transformations are limited by my physical dimensions and therefore, what about a really small dinosaur?" Mask paused. Then, with the air of a Shakespearean actor accepting a role beneath his dignity, he shifted. Light bent around his frame, and where a cloaked robot had been standing, a miniature velociraptor now perched on the concrete floor. Harry's gasp could have been heard on the surface. "Awesome." The raptor bowed. Upstairs, Cade and Matt cut through the remaining guards like a two-man wrecking crew. Matt's radar senses mapped every heartbeat, every footstep, every drawn breath, calling out positions before the guards even knew they were under attack. Cade followed his lead, sensory gauntlets deployed, striking with the precision of a man who'd spent one lifetime training to kill and a second lifetime acquiring the tools to do it better. In deference to Matt, and because Harry was already safe, Cade pulled his punches. Mostly. A gauntlet-enhanced fist to the temple put men down without necessarily putting them in the ground. Whether they'd wake up with all their faculties intact was a question for the hospital, not for Cade. They reached the hostage room door. Cade's gauntlet blade sheared through the bolt and they pushed inside. Harry Osborne was sitting cross-legged on the floor, watching a tiny velociraptor perform what appeared to be a theatrical bow. The boy was grinning so hard his face could barely contain it. "Once more unto the breach, dear friends," the velociraptor was saying, in a voice like a miniature stage actor projecting to the back row. Once more unto the beach." Harry repeated at full volume, mangling every word with the cheerful confidence of a child who had no idea what he was saying. Matt turned to Cade. "What exactly is happening?" "I have no idea," Cade said. "And I've decided not to ask." He called Norman first. The phone barely rang once before Norman answered, the desperate speed of a man who'd been staring at his phone for an hour. "Norman. Harry's safe. He's here with me." Can I?" Cade held the phone to Harry's ear. "Hey, Dad." Whatever Norman said in response, Cade didn't hear it. The sound coming through the speaker was mostly just a man trying very hard not to cry. When he finally got words out, they were broken, raw, stripped of every shred of corporate polish. Cade stepped away to give them the moment. That handled, he turned his attention to the second hostage. The white-haired man was still bound. Mask hadn't untied him without authorization. Cade crouched down and removed the tape. "Who are you?" The old man's eyes were still glazed with terror. Cade spoke gently, gave him a moment, and waited for the shock to recede. The man was just opening his mouth to answer when Violet's voice cut through the Allspark link. "Commander. 2 vehicles just arrived at the entrance. The bodies have been discovered. Reinforcements. Already." Cade didn't hesitate. "Matt, take Harry and this man out through the secondary exit. Get them to Oscorp Tower. You know Hell's Kitchen better than anyone and your senses will keep them safe." Matt nodded. He scooped Harry up with one arm, the boy protested briefly, wanting to stay with the dinosaur robot, and guided the old man toward the back corridor. Cade watched them go. Then he pulled 2 pistols from the dead guard's holsters, checked the magazines, and rolled his shoulders. Mask materialized on his shoulder. Back in cloaked form. Blade drawn. "Shall we give them a show, Commander?" Cade smiled. It had been a long time since he'd had a proper fight. Chapter 34, Extremists. Again 2 black SUVs pulled up at the parking garage entrance. The bodies were impossible to miss, two corpses sprawled across the concrete, the stench of blood cutting through even the vehicle's closed cabin. The man in the passenger seat leaned out the window, glanced at the dead and sneered. Useless. No wonder they're stuck in this slum. Can't even handle a simple babysitting job. He made a phone call. Brief. Clipped. Boss, the Russians had a problem. Understood, the hostages are priority. I'll bring them back. He hung up and turned to the driver. Drive in. Mr. Savon, the barrier gate is still. Did I stutter? Drive in. A flicker of red light in the dark cabin. A pulse of heat. The engines roared. Both SUVs smashed through the barrier gate and rolled over the corpses without slowing down, tires crushing what was left into something that no longer resembled human remains. Savon didn't know that the moment his vehicles had entered camera range, Violet had locked on. Every feed in the garage was hers. Every frame was being relayed in real time to Cade's tactical optics. Cade was behind a support column on sublevel 1. Matt, Harry, and the old man were already gone out the secondar. Y exit, heading for Oscorp Tower under Matt's radar-guided protection. He watched the two SUVs barrel down the entry ramp on his optics display and exhaled. Good. They came in the front. Either they're stupid or they don't know there's a second way out. Either worked. It meant Matt's group was clear. The SUVs reached sublevel 1. As they crossed the threshold, every light in the garage died at once. Total darkness. Violet's work. Overloading the main breaker was trivial, a controlled power surge that fried the fuse box in under a second. The vehicle's headlights flared to life, and Cade was already moving. He burst from behind the pillar, pulse pistol raised, and put 4 rounds into the 4 headlights in rapid succession. Glass shattered. Bulbs exploded. Darkness swallowed the garage again. His playing field. His rules. The occupants had no choice but to dismount. Doors opened. Tactical flashlights clicked on, narrow beams sweeping the dark like searchlights over a prison yard. They fired at everything. Every shadow, every shape, every hint of movement. The paralyzed Russian guards on the floor, masks handiwork from minutes ago, were caught in the crossfire. Flashlight beams found their prone bodies and automatic weapons turned them into shredded meat. Killed by their own reinforcements. Not by the people who'd come to save a child. Cade watched from behind the pillar, optics in X-ray mode, reading the scene through solid concrete. 10 men. Full combat loadout, body armor, automatic weapons, tactical gear. They moved with discipline, covering angles, maintaining spacing, communicating with hand signals. Professional mercenaries or ex-special forces. The kind of men who killed for a living and were very good at it. In his previous life, Cade's entire SASR unit going up against a team like this would have been a coin flip at best. Heavy casualties guaranteed either way. But Cade wasn't fighting with his previous life's equipment anymore. During the minutes before the SUVs arrived, he disassembled half an abandoned car in the garage and forged a replacement sensory gauntlet. The one he'd given to Connors left him one hand short. Now both arms were armored again. Both hands could grip the weight of a pulse pistol. And with 2 pistols he had 80 rounds of pulse energy before needing to reload. 80 rounds at full auto would slag a tank. Against flesh and Kevlar it was overkill by a factor of 10. Cade holstered both pistols and drove his gauntlet fingers into the concrete column. Hand over hand he climbed, 3 meters up, boots braced against the pillar, moving fast. Below, the mercenaries heard the scraping and opened fire on the column. Bullets sparked off the concrete, chewing divots out of the surface, but the pillar was structural, designed to hold up the building above. Small arms fire wasn't getting through. At 3 meters, Cade kicked off. His body arced backward through the air, a full backflip off the column, inverted, both pistols drawn in the same motion. At the apex of the rotation, hanging upside down in the dark with nothing but the tactical optics between him and blindness, he opened fire. Gaze lock engaged. His hands became instruments of the targeting system, vibrating at frequencies no human wrist could achieve, the magnetic fields in both gauntlets adjusting aim dozens of times per second. Every flash of his eyes tagged a target. Every trigger pull found its mark. Pulse energy screamed out in twin streams of blue-white light, turning the darkness into a strobe-lit nightmare. Nearly 40 rounds in under 2 seconds, distributed across 10 targets with mechanical precision. Cade landed on his feet. The garage fell silent. Where 10 armed men had been standing, there was now a crater of scorched concrete and organic debris that bore no resemblance to human beings. 40 pulse rounds concentrated on a 10-man cluster had the combined effect of a cluster bomb detonation. Cade checked the optics. All targets down. Injuries incompatible with human survival. Beyond medical intervention. Beyond recognition. He allowed himself half a second of satisfaction. Started to lower his pistols, then the darkness lit up. Red. Bright, searing, volcanic red, emanating from somewhere in the pile of destroyed bodies. The optics registered the temperature, over 1,000 degrees and climbing. Extremists, Cade said immediately. He was already reloading, thumbing fresh energy cells into both pistols, racing to finish before the thing in the fire could reconstitute itself. He'd seen this before in the Afghan desert. The glowing cracks, the impossible heat, the regeneration that laughed at conventional damage. But the extremist soldier, Savon the buzzcut man, was burning too hot. The 1,000-degree heat ignited everything around him, the dead mercenaries' clothing, their body fat, their ammunition. The pile of corpses became a bonfire. And then the bonfire became a bomb. Gunpowder in the magazines cooked off first, sharp, staccato pops like fireworks. Then a grenade detonated. Then another. Normal fire couldn't reach the ignition temperatures needed to set off military ordnance, but extremists wasn't normal fire. It burned hotter than a steel foundry. The chain reaction was instantaneous. Cade ran. He made it to the ramp leading to sublevel 2 just as the first major detonation ripped through sublevel 1. The shockwave caught him mid-stride, a wall of superheated air that picked him up and hurled him down the ramp like a ragdoll. He hit the concrete hard, rolled, and lay still for several seconds while the world rang like a bell. Dust. Smoke. The groan of stressed concrete. The sprinkler system, what was left of it, hissed to life overhead, accomplishing nothing against the inferno above. Cade pushed himself to his feet. Ears ringing. Ribs bruised. Alive. Above him, in the heart of the fire. Something moved. A shape, barely human, half its body still missing, the remaining half glowing like molten iron. Flesh regenerated in real time, muscle fibers knitting over exposed bone, skin flowing like liquid across raw tissue. Limbs that had been blown apart were regrowing. The shape solidified. Stood. Became a man. Buzz cut. Lazy grin. 5,000 degrees of walking death. Savon cracked his neck, rolled his newly regenerated shoulders, and looked down into the darkness of sublevel 2. Chapter 35. A difficult opponent. Cade had no interest in a death match with an extremist soldier. Tonight's objective was Harry Osborne, and Harry was already safe, heading to Oscorp Tower under Matt's protection. Mission accomplished. Time to leave. But leaving was the problem. Sublevels 1 and 2 were connected by a single ramp, and every exit was on sublevel 1, currently occupied by a 1,000-degree walking furnace. Cade moved toward the ramp. Savon moved faster. The extremist soldier had his own calculus. The hostages were gone, which meant someone had taken them. If Savon let that someone escape too, he'd have nothing to show his employer. No leverage, no prisoner, no body. At minimum, he needed Cade's corpse. Savon came down the ramp trailing fire like a comet, the concrete blackening beneath his feet. Cade was waiting around the first corner. The pulse pistol barked, 4 rounds aimed center mass, each one a miniature bomb designed to blow a human body apart. The first 2 rounds connected. Savon staggered. Then he opened his mouth and breathed fire. A jet of superheated plasma, 3 meters long, bright enough to bleach the walls white, roared out of Savon's throat and met the remaining pulse rounds mid-flight. The energy projectiles were inherently unstable, high-density packets of force that detonated on impact. Temperatures north of 5,000 degrees triggered them prematurely, and the rounds exploded in the air between them, accomplishing nothing. Savon grinned through the flames. His face was already healing from the first 2 hits. Cade's advantage, range, darkness, precision, had just been neutralized. The pulse pistol couldn't reach Savon if he could detonate the rounds before they arrived. And at close range, the heat alone would kill Cade before a punch was ever thrown. Extremist soldiers had superhuman strength, speed, and durability on top of the regeneration. In every physical category, Cade was outmatched. He ran. Not in panic. In calculation. He sprinted back through sublevel 2, past the paralyzed guards, through the corridor, and into the hostage room where Harry had been held. He pulled the door shut behind him and reached up to the frame. The grenade. The booby trap mask had disarmed earlier. The pin was still in place, the tripwire still attached. Mask had cut the wire, not removed the device. Cade re-rigged it. 30 seconds of work with steady hands. Then he dragged the sofa to the position where the guards had been sitting, the safe zone, out of the blast radius, and crouched behind it. Savon arrived seconds later. He didn't slow down. He didn't check the door. He kicked it open with the confidence of a man who'd stopped worrying about conventional weapons the day he'd injected himself with a serum that made him functionally immortal. The confidence of fire. When you were the most dangerous thing in the room, caution felt unnecessary. When every wound healed in seconds and every weapon bounced off, vigilance eroded. The military instinct Savon had once possessed, the training that would have told him to check a doorframe before breaching, had been burned away by the certainty that nothing could hurt him. The grenade detonated 6 inches from his face. The blast hurled Savon backward into the corridor wall. Shrapnel embedded in his chest, his arms, his skull. For a normal human, this was death 3 times over. For Savon, it was 15 seconds of inconvenience. Cade didn't give him 15 seconds. He vaulted the sofa, pulse pistol aimed, and opened fire at point-blank range, directly into Savon's face. Round after round of pulse energy detonated against the extremist soldier's skull, turning his features into a molten gold and red crater. Can't breathe fire without a mouth. Can't aim without eyes. Cade kept firing and kept advancing, closing the distance. Savon's hands came up, blind, desperate, trying to shield his ruined face long enough for his eyes to regenerate. The gauntlet blade deployed. 1 slash. Savon's right arm separated at the elbow and hit the floor. Savon reached with his left. Same result, the alloy blade sheared through extremis enhanced flesh and bone like it wasn't there. The left arm dropped. Cade glanced at the blade. The metal was glowing cherry red from the heat of Savon's body, but it hadn't softened. Hadn't warped. The sensory gauntlet's heat insulation wasn't just marketing. He was winding up to take the head when the tactical optics screamed a warning. The severed arms. Both of them. Pulsing with red light, energy building, temperature spiking, the flesh distorting as the extremist virus destabilized without a host body to regulate it. They were about to explode. Cade didn't have time to swear. He threw himself back into the hostage room and pressed flat against the interior wall just as both arms detonated. The blast was enormous, concentrated extremist energy releasing in an uncontrolled chain reaction. Fire rolled through the doorway like a breaking wave, superheated air scorching the walls, the ceiling, everything within reach. Cade pressed his face against the concrete and held his breath. One lungful of air at that temperature would cook him from the inside out. The fire passed. Cade gasped, sucking in air that was still painfully hot but no longer lethal. Exter. Emmy's limbs explode when severed, he spat. That's not in any file I've read. He knew the virus was unstable, extremist users sometimes detonated spontaneously, their bodies unable to contain the energy. But he'd never heard of amputated parts going off while the host survived. Severed tissue losing its connection to the central nervous system, going critical, and detonating like a biological grenade, that was new. And it meant the obvious tactic of cutting Savon apart piece by piece would get Cade killed before it killed Savon. He'd lost his window. The momentum was gone. And sure enough, before the heat had fully dissipated, Savon walked through the doorway. Both arms regrown. Face restored. Eyes burning with fury. He spotted Cade in the corner and smiled, the lazy, predatory smile of a cat that had cornered a mouse. Creative, Savon said. I'll give you that. Grenade trap, face shots, arm removal, you've got a bag of tricks. But I'm curious. He cracked his newly regenerated knuckles. Have you got anything left? Cade's back was against the wall. His pulse pistol was empty. The grenade was spent. Both arms had already been tried and literally blown up in his face. But his voice was steady. Actually, Cade said, I was saving these. 3 silver streaks launched from his hands, fast, silent, and razor-sharp. The boomerang blades.